he pulls that out, you might as well take it off him. I'll have it here.
Play out here will show up these differences really well. It's quite a good test track, Sakir circuit here, and we're going to find out very shortly how these cars perform when they're not just testing and sandbagging and all that stuff. Although they will be concealing, of course, their true performance until later on, probably until tomorrow. So we're going to get some feel, but we still will be guessing and trying to analyse all the data as it comes in over the next couple of hours.
Well, yes, of course, this first practice session isn't representative of the conditions we will see in quali or the race, Karun, but it is nevertheless crucially important when you think about the huge regulation changes and consider that we've only had 6 days of testing. It's not much, is it?
No, absolutely not. And the teams have all carried a whole load of updates this weekend. We've got 15 seconds to the green light, Nat. I think Ted is probably down there about to see a Ferrari, Ted.
How did you know, Karun? Yes, we like to do the green light, and this is the beginning of F1 2022, the first race weekend of the season, and we have a green light, and it's Charles Leclerc, car number 16, with the requisite aero rates on the back of his car that's about to go out, followed by Nico Hülkenberg. We have Mick Schumacher, we have Kevin Magnussen going out there, but Nico Hülkenberg, what a story for everybody. I mean, talk about Hulken back and the super sub, and wherever Sebastian Vettel's watching this, we hope he gets better soon, obviously with a positive COVID test. But Hülkenberg only arrived here actually yesterday, early hours, and then he's straight into the car and to learn what this new generation of car is like. At least with Daniel Ricciardo, who missed the whole last test with his own dose of COVID-19, he's recovered from that and is ready to go. But at least Ricciardo's got the first Barcelona test to rely on. Nothing like that from Hülkenberg. And in amongst those cars, you would have seen car number 44, Lewis Hamilton, with his bright new Dayglow yellow. Is it a tribute to Valentino Rossi helmet, or is it not? But he's going back to his roots. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But we have the other Mercedes here, and it cuts a very sleek figure, doesn't it, Natalie Karun Damon, as it comes down the pit lane with those side pods that are not. Here we go. You can talk over a George Russell practice start for you.
Fantastic. Let's see this. Well, we're actually just watching the cars crawling around the track, obviously installations and just generally getting the cars to operate. And
there's George there.
So that's a fairly standard looking and pedestrian, I'd say, start. But of course, they won't be pedestrian for very long. But we're just seeing them taken to the track at the moment, which is fantastic to see. We've been waiting so long. Well, it seems like a long time, but of course the build-up has been enormous to this season with these new cars and new regulations. So fantastic to see them now on the circuit.
What's brilliant, Damon, is the fact that we've got and the first look at Valtteri Bottas in his Alfa Romeo. Not a very good start to his race weekend. They'll be back in the pace to check that. But Damon, isn't it fantastic that we've got 10 cars that all look really quite different? You know, we've got hundreds of engineers, we've got designers, we've got people in different wind tunnels, different factories. They've all started with the same rule book. They've all started with the same principles of how to achieve performance, and yet we've got 10 very different solutions. And I don't think that, there's no conclusions yet, are there? Because we don't know how things are going to unfold. Updates are coming thick and fast. I spoke to someone at one of the factories this morning who said, gotta go, I'm packing the freight to leave to Bahrain today. They're bringing updates for FP3 tomorrow even. So, a lot going on for these teams as the season unfolds.
And surely that will be the case, Damon, all season, as this development curve is so very steep. We will see convergence, no doubt, as the season goes on. But as Karun touched on then, very different concepts, very different interpretations of the new rules.
And the question will be, how possible is it for them to converge? There are, of course, a lot of strict rules about what they're able to do. But even within that, we've seen these various side pods, mostly the variety of side pod shapes that are a philosophy that each team has adopted to resolve the question of how you get these new designed floors to work best of all. And the aerodynamics, and we're watching McLaren here, we've got, I would say,
great, doesn't it?
The colours, all the cars look absolutely amazing. I think the designs this year have been really striking, and they've made a lot of effort on that, and particularly the McLaren. I like the blue flashes on it. It looks like a kingfisher.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it looks really good.
The side pods on that, I'm just saying, Corinne, sorry, they've gone for the bulgy kind of side pods like the Ferrari have.
Yeah, and that's really good point, Damien, isn't it? We're seeing big differences here. Ferrari, you just mentioned, look at that, the big side pods. The only other team who are similar to this is the Haas, which, funnily enough, have a technical collaboration with Ferrari. But McLaren sort of in the middle, not quite as tightly packaged as the Mercedes that we saw earlier, as we look at the aero rakes on the back of the car. Ferrari, by the way, have brought an updated diffuser, which is why we're seeing those aero rakes on the back of the car compared to what they had in testing. But here's the Red Bull. Now, Damon, I wanted to ask you, because you worked very closely with Adrian Newey in your championship winning year and in your time at Williams. How important is it, do we think, that Adrian is one of the very few leading technical people currently in Formula One who worked in the previous ground effects era of Formula One in the early 80s. He was there designing the Fittipaldi car, which never raced in 1982, but he did all the research. He spent the hours in the wind tunnel then. There must be something that's carried over, isn't it?
Karun, not only that, but think about Indy. Think about the work that Adrian did when he was out in the States and they had tunnels on their cars in those days too. So he's very, very good at understanding this shape of car, this concept of car that we're sort of partly employing, because it's not a tunnel all the way through on this car, but it is effectively funneling air into the front of the car around the radiator inlets, and then at the front, and then squidging it between the floor, and then drawing out the back. We've just got a great view there of the back of the Red Bull and this huge kind of cavernous kind of shape that is trying to create a low pressure behind the back of the car and accelerate the air out from back under the car as well. And that creates enormous amounts of downforce. Oh, a bit of bodywork. Looks like it's off the Alpine.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see the pink there.
How soon before one of us calls it the Racing Point, by the way? It's going to happen soon, isn't it?
It's so tempting, isn't it? It's so tempting.
It's the pink.
Yeah, well glad you flagged that up.
Yeah.
So a little bit of yellow flag. I'm not sure if they haven't actually stopped the session. Just yellow flag. So presumably here we are getting replay.
Esteban Ocon coming down the straight. So let's have a look here. It's got DRS open and it's off the rear right hand side. Looks like the end of the side pod, isn't it? That's broken off the right hand side of that car. Is given a massive shower of bodywork on Nico Hulkenberg's face, as we're seeing a replay of Hulkenberg in the middle sector, but locking up down at turn 8, running wide. This is really his first running in this car, isn't it? Big challenge for him to jump in as a super sub.
Of course, yeah.
I would say
it's the third time he's done it, though, in fairness. He's kind of used to these call-ups now, isn't he?
He is definitely a minute man, isn't he? I mean, he's been standing there, he's launched out of it. That poor girlfriend, she must be sitting at home, or his wife.
New baby, yeah.
Family, and suddenly gets a call.
Well, he must be so twitchy every time the phone rings. Oh, has that come again?
And he's off, So it's a great way to wake up, though, I always think, getting in a Formula One car you've never driven before.
That's true.
I think it's
just
going to be
on Esteban Ocon, we asked him.
So I was just going to say, just to finish up Hulkenberg, I think it's going to be harder for him as the red flags come out. They have suspended the session to retrieve that bit of bodywork, which is probably a sensible idea. But just on Hulkenberg, I think it's harder this time because the cars are so completely different and he got no testing mileage. At least when he jumped in it in 2020, they weren't vastly different to what he'd experienced before.
Okay, so the session has been red flagged. We're about 8 minutes into the first practice session in Formula One 2022. is out. Some damage on Esteban Ocon's car. Flying past. That is a bit of a wake-up call.
Well, the only good news, well, you can see exactly what's happened here. It's just the high pressure, or something's got too much for that side pod. Now, the problem with that is that looks like it's a fundamental flimsiness in the strength of the side pod. I mean, unless they've got something that's got loose and gone into the side pod and broken it off. But you can see how lightweight that carbon fibre is.
And how vulnerable it is.
Well, I mean, hopefully they've got or they'll be able to strengthen some side pods. We'll find out as soon as we can what exactly the problem is there in the Alpine.
Now, we talked to Esteban Ocon before the session. He said it was difficult to give any kind of order. And, you do sense this year that is a ripping up of the form book. And but, what do you think about Alpine's chances?
Well, I don't know. I think you're right. It's difficult to predict behind the top three normal suspects, perhaps McLaren in there as well, so the top four. Behind that, it looks incredibly... some teams are up, some teams are down. And you're actually seeing this intriguing thing on the front of the floor, in front of the radiator intake on the McLaren, on the Mercedes there. And I was looking at that earlier. Ted was wandering around the paddock, in the garage with Naomi, and looking at the close-up on the Mercedes there. And I saw this spunky thing.
Metal rods on the rear corner of the floor.
Yeah.
To stop it bending down to the stall point, to guard against porpoising.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Well, they're curious devices, and I was wondering how they work. But
what's interesting, though, is how much you're going to sort of try to guard against porpoising and how much that will compromise performance. I think that's the big question, isn't it?
This is
Mercedes.
This is what they're tackling with.
I feel like we should perhaps explain porpoising for anyone who didn't watch
we
testing
definitely
first.
will.
And maybe we'll do it when we see a car out on track. We're getting a good comparison here. This is what we were mentioning before. Damon highlighting the side pods and the bulbous side pods on the Ferrari in comparison to the really tiny ones on the Mercedes.
So different, don't they?
Indeed, and Aston have gone for a different design as well. It all seems a bit higher up with a bit more undercut from below, and it's fascinating to see how each of these teams have done a different interpretation of the rules. One thing I saw there, Nat, we were looking at all these cars coming in to do their practice pit stops. The mechanics have got a much tougher job because those wheels and tyres, the 18-inch wheels this year, 22 kilos heavier across the set of four. So It's really a lot harder. And the other thing is, they've got the wheel covers on the sides of the wheels as well, which is a standard design for all of the teams. But it means it's harder for the mechanics to actually pick up the wheels. So I think we're going to see, maybe more errors in the pit stops, maybe mechanics struggling a bit more with the pit stops, and it is a much bigger challenge. I tried to pick up one of the wheels when we went to the Mercedes launch, and it was very, very tricky.
So this is the damage to Esteban Ocon's car. Not entirely clear what happened, but looks fairly significant, the damage there, and perhaps concerning, Damon, as just how flimsy in a way that side pod is, for it to sort of... There's the damage on the side of the track as well. I mean, that is a concern, isn't it?
Well, you don't want to make anything too heavy, but by the same token, that side pod's going to have to contain quite a lot of pressure, because you can imagine the speed they're going. It's being rammed into the air intake, and it's supposed to go through the radiator, and it's not going through the radiator, and it creates an increase in pressure. Then it's possible that has just literally exploded, or something has fractured it, something else has gone into it, something hard has gone into the intake and actually ruin the integrity of the side pod itself. But we'll see if it happens again.
I think Ted's got some more for us in the pit lane. Ted.
Thank you, Natalie. Yes, down here at Alpine, where they have taken off the side pod that failed and are putting a new one on. Now, this was a new part. The Alpine was one of the cars that had brought lots of new parts to this race, rather than it's a new part from the test. So these are revised side pods. So the first thing they did down here was to start taping everything out, to get the single-sided sticky tape, the speed tape, if you like, the transparent speed tape, and started to make sure that they stick down all the bits on Fernando Alonso's car. Sometimes in practice they don't tend to do that. They certainly do it for qualifying and the race, but if they need to make quick changes, they need to be able to get the bodywork off quite quickly. So putting down the speed tape and then getting it up again is a bit of a faff, as you can understand, but they've done that with all of the joins on the bodywork of Fernando Alonso's car to stop that happening. What I'm going to check, and I'll do that in the next few minutes, is whether they've put a new spec side pod on Ocon's car as a replacement, or whether they've had to go back to an old spec side pod. So that is possible. I don't think it's very likely, but it is possible that they don't have either enough spares of the new one, or they're not sure whether it's an issue with the new spec side pod that they need to actually have a look at a little bit closer. But actually, while I look at it, they're taking the other side pod off the side of Ocon's car that didn't fail.
Right.
So I wonder if they are actually going to replace it with the old spec while they see exactly what happened, because as you say, it's fairly obvious these are professional teams, and that kind of thing should not happen.
Thank you, Ted. Yeah, look at that. Blowing up into Nico Hulkenberg's face.
I mean, it's fairly comprehensively shattered, hasn't it? I mean, that is lots of little pieces of carbon, and you saw them before the big piece came off, actually. And then you saw them sweeping the track, and actually if we look out the window, we can probably see here, guys, a guy goes past us with some sort of modified rake behind his quad bike.
And did you see that magnificent leaf blower type bit of kit?
No, I missed
one of those in the garden. They're amazing.
Oh, I don't
It's like a quad bike with a leaf blower on the back of it.
I wish people would use a rake, a proper rake, instead of those things that make all that noise.
I don't imagine for 1 minute that you rake the leaves in your own garden.
I do.
Do you?
I used to, where I had a bigger garden. But yeah, I mean, blow it. They just blow it from one place to another, don't they?
Yeah, it's
they
true,
don't
actually.
actually spend a lot of time blowing and not enough time picking up. But we're cleaning the track now. We can see the guy's on his wireless, and he's telling them whether it's been done or not. So we should be going fairly soon. And we've seen some of this. Now look at this close-up we've got of the Williams front caked in around the brakes. This is one of the big problems they're having, I think, and they had a bit of a problem in testing with Williams, because on the rear, actually, because it looks like the rear brakes got very hot, and it sort of melted the housing, the shroud that they put the rear brakes in, which have had to be modified. You can see good shot of it there, that the whole brake disc is inside that carbon fibre shell. And on McLaren, they've gone to a metal casing because they're trying to stop the heat from destroying the shroud, and because there's more heat that can't escape now with these new regulations through the side of the wheel. So the air is basically got to go back out the other way. So some teams are struggling with that. I think that's going to be a bit of a story, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, it certainly hampered McLaren's testing after the brake overheating issue there. Okay, Ted, you've got more for us.
Well, should we have a look at the McLaren brake duct, seeing as you're talking about it? This is the kind of detail we like to get into in pre-practice one. Long may it continue. It is a different design, different shape from the one in testing. You can see it looks like it's been rapid prototype 3D printed. Just by the way, it's not entirely. Can you see the outer edge, or rather the inner edge of it? It's that sort of light grey. Karun, Damon, you've seen enough of these 3D printed parts in your time. I think that's actually been 3D printed. So that's a new brake duct, slightly larger than the one they had in testing, that was giving them so many issues. But they're not 100% sure they fixed it. But I think this session will prove that they absolutely have. It looks to me like a sort of comprehensive fix, whereas the fix we had just to try and get the last day done in Bahrain testing was a bit of a sort of intermediate one. But I can also confirm that I do believe that they've had to go back to the old spec side pods on that Alpine of Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso while they understand this. Maybe the analysis later on in the day, once they check exactly what it was that failed, if they get all the bits back, if they can, will prove that actually maybe it was just not tied down correctly, or something happened that means they can go back to the new side pods. But in the meantime, they've gone back to the old spec, which is something teams never really want to do, is it? Go back to something they know on paper would be slower than the new spec.
Great, thanks, Ted. And the session will resume in about 2.5 minutes' time. And just on Esteban Ocon, he shone on day 2 of the Bahrain test, topping the timesheets in the morning session. He, of course, had his first podium here, albeit on a different configuration in Bahrain. So this is a place that holds great memories for him. How confident will he be going into the season?
Well, I think confidence is something that every driver should have. They shouldn't be an F1 if they're not confident. I mean, you mean confident in the equipment, in the team?
Yeah, I mean, that may have just chipped away a bit of his confidence.
No, it's one of those things, Natalie. I think it's just one of those, you know that they're new cars. You know that even though they've done lots and lots of testing, they're pushing the boundaries with new bits. And every now and then something will fail. You just don't want it happening all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, Ocon he's one of the future stars, I think, isn't he? He was right up there fighting with Max in Formula 3. He drove well last season against Fernando Alonso. We've seen Alonso as a bit of a teammate destroyer, isn't he? And Ocon mentally took the fight to him. If you look at him, when comparing to Fernando qualifying stats, he outqualified Fernando across the season and was very comparable in the races as well. So, I think he had a good season. There's no shortage of speed in the cockpit at Alpine. As a team, though, they've got to start delivering, haven't they? They've sort of been in that P5 position, P5, P6 now for a little while. And let's keep some perspective here. This is the third largest automotive manufacturer by volume on the planet. And the other two above them aren't in Formula 1, Toyota and the Volkswagen Group. So if this is the Renault, Nissan, Mitsubishi Alliance's representation in the sport, they've got to be up there fighting the other manufacturers, surely.
Yeah, got to be doing better. And actually, Ted and I reminded ourselves that when they were bringing Fernando Alonso back into the sport, it was this year that they said he would be fighting for a world championship, and it doesn't quite look that way at the moment. Although boosted by the appointment of Otmar Zafnauer as their new team principal, Fernando has said there's a lot of potential in the team. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how they fare this weekend. The session is just about to restart. Nobody wants a red flag in the practice session, not least with these new regulations. Look at them all itching to get back out.
Time, as we know, is even though they've had 2 3-day test sessions.
It's not much though, is it? With all these changes.
It's Formula 1, isn't it? You're just going to run out of time. They've got so much to learn between now and qualifying tomorrow, and they've got so many questions to answer. They don't want to miss a second of running on the track. At least they've done their installation laps. They've had a chance to look at the cars in the garage and see if there's any leaks or anything else that's not working. And so now we should start to see some performance laps and a few more drivers starting to push the limits to see what they've got.
Let's have a quick word on AlphaTauri. You saw Pierre Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda alongside each other there. Third in testing, pretty good, solid test. I mean, Pierre has said the very different sensation to the old car. He went up against Lewis for about 6 laps in testing, Karun, which was interesting insight into how these cars will follow each other this year.
It was fun to watch, wasn't it? Yeah, it was fun to watch because they looked certainly like they could follow each other more closely. And it's always tricky in testing because you don't know what programs the other cars are on. As we get a great view from inside the helmet of Nicholas Latifi's Williams, he's weaving about a little bit to just get a bit of temperature into his tyres. He's on the harder tyre at the moment. So this is the hardest tyre of the Pirelli range. We've got the C1, C2 and C3 this weekend, the 3 hardest tyres in the entire range we'll see all season because of the high abrasion here in Bahrain. But just coming back to AlphaTauri, Nats, I am intrigued to see how Tsunoda gets on because he seems to have come to this season with a different approach. He started to get things together, didn't he, since Turkey last year, really. He had a very messy early part of the year, despite scoring points on debut. But he started to get together towards the end of the year. Gasly was one of the standouts.
Definitely.
Brilliant. His qualifying performances were brilliant last year. But they've got a car that seems to be struggling with the porpoising almost as badly as Mercedes, if not worse, to be honest, from testing. So that's something that they will really need to address.
It's interesting with Yuki Tsunoda because you forget that actually he finished the season in 4th in Abu Dhabi. With everything else that was going on, you would funny one that. So learned a lot in his rookie year, much better prepared going into this year, as you say. And of course, on his debut here in Bahrain, he finished in 9th. He went into the points. So there was a lot of promise early doors, and then a difficult season, as you say. That Turkey was the turnaround. Alex Albon was mentoring him, and things started to come good, didn't it?
Yeah, if the infamous Netflix series is anything to go by, we learned a little bit about how he grew during the season and how he started to realise he had to work harder. And he knuckled down, went to live in Italy and paid a bit more attention. It seems to be paying dividends.
Look at that shot. It's phenomenal, isn't it? It's like a computer game. It doesn't look real, but it is amazing. What an insight into what the driver sees and feels.
It's interesting, Williams have still gone with the dashboard mounted on the monocoque. They're still the only team to have that. Every other team has got the dashboard on the steering wheel. As we see Latifi, a bit of correction there as he comes out of 13 down towards 14. It'd be interesting to see from this view, see a little bit of the bouncing just as we get to the top end of the straight with the higher speeds. But it's not as bad on the Williams as we have seen from some of the other cars. As I mentioned, the Mercedes and AlphaTauri look particularly bad in testing.
Well, let's talk more then about porpoising. It's a key feature of pre-season, that violent bouncing motion of the car on its suspension, seemingly more in the straights, very uncomfortable for the drivers, Damon. Significant shaking of the heads apart from anything else. And the teams are trying multiple setup options to counter this without compromising performance, but it's a difficult balance to strike, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively, the lower you can get the car to the ground, the more you can seal the edge. And we're looking at the side of the Red Bull now, and you can actually see how close they are. They used to be like a hedgehog or something. These, the back end was up, and it looked like a stick. Well, an animal. I'm thinking one of those animals with the legs that go up the back.
Really?
But maybe not. But it looked like it was the back of the car was very high. And now they're much flatter. And of course, the closer you can get that, the better seal you can get. Unfortunately, if you get very, very close, suddenly the car sucks itself all the way down to the ground, and then the air stops flowing and it bounces back up again and you get that porpoising. So
you just love an animal analogy, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a better animal to use to describe it. I mean, not a baboon. No, it wasn't a baboon. It was some sort of the way the car looked last year was just extreme. Karoon's got a better animal.
No, I haven't actually, but I'm going to leave the animal analogies to you. I was just interested to see, that was the first time we've seen Lewis and Max together, although Lewis was very nicely getting out of his way. This is Alex Albon down at turn 1. What's going on here? We're about to bit of a moment as he tries to put the power on the hard tyre again, just not enough temperature in it. David, I was interested, just in the build-up in the last couple of days, I was starting to reread Adrian Newey's book, which you've written a lovely line on the cover of, actually, but as Hamilton's on a personal best. And he talks about how to control the aerodynamic flow when you go to a ground effects car, the design of the rear suspension is hugely important as well. And it does seem like Red Bull have unlocked something between Barcelona and Bahrain. They've unlocked something to control the suspension movement and control this porpoising. Lewis on a lap at the moment, nearly a second and a half away from Max, so I'm going to guess it's slightly different programs here. But it's not just the aero, isn't it? Or the suspension. It's the relationship between the aero and the suspension that's got to control this porpoising effect we're seeing.
Yeah, and of course it's been talked about the solution, the easy solution would be to make active suspension, put active suspension on the car, because that way you can properly control the ride height. And I obviously did a lot of work with Williams and on the active.
No, but you're right, Karoon. Red Bull seem relatively immune to porpoising in a way that Mercedes aren't, and it's definitely a concern. As we spoke to Lewis before this session and said, we want to get on top of this without limiting performance. Here's Russell's radio.
Car feels very affected by the wind compared to last week.
That's interesting. Okay, so his car affected by the wind, and it is very windy out there, gusty old conditions, and the car feeling the impact of them, Damon.
Yeah, as I said, I was coming up to the commentary box. It's gusting properly out there, and it's coming from the north. It's been quite cold in the last few days, so this is starting to warm up now. But crosswinds of that nature, that strength, are really going to make the car difficult to drive unless you've got a good balance. And we've seen, of course, Max has very easily done his 34.7, it seems, and Lewis is out there on a medium tyre and pushing reasonably hard, but the time's a second and a half off.
Still. Right, Mercedes off at your peril though, Karoon. As we saw last year, they went in on the back foot. He went on to win the race. Obviously, Max Verstappen put it on pole, 4/10 ahead of Hamilton, but Hamilton came through to win the race. Is it the same again, or is this problem more significant for Mercedes?
This feels a bit more significant. It does feel a bit more of a fundamental issue, but you can see it there. Just a little bit of the bouncing as he starts to turn in, and that just affects the driver's confidence as he's trying to turn to the apex of the corner there. George having to hesitate a little bit and just take a little bit more speed than he would like, and that, half a tenth on every entry just adds up to the lap time deficit. I do think it'll be something they unlock. Damon, I think back to 94, the Williams that you started to see, you can see a good illustration of that porpoising we're talking about, the movement up and down. But Damon, think back to 94, your season there. The car started off not very good, did it? You had all sorts of ride issues. Your teammate for the first 3 weekends, Ayrton Senna, complaining a lot as well, a bit of bodywork and sparks coming off the back of the Mercedes. But there was a fundamental change, wasn't it? You changed one thing and you unlocked the cars. We've seen that bit of bodywork come off the Mercedes. That looks...
what part is that?
Is that an element of the
like the front wing piece?
The front wing piece, yeah. I was going to say one of the elements of the front wing.
So their cars are falling apart. not all of them, but we've had two bits falling off already, and that's very early days. But is it related to aerodynamics? Is it related to the bumps? And you were saying, Karun, one of the problems with controlling ride height, you can do it by basically taking the suspension away, so the car's springs collapse and then the car is sitting on bump rubbers. The trouble with that is it can't absorb the bumps. So as we saw with the Mercedes there, at the end of the straight, if it's hard on some sort of shim or something, then it doesn't have any suspension left and you get a bit of a rough ride.
I think they'll unlock it, is my point. A bit like you guys did with Williams. There was a shortening of the side pods there, unlock performance, and I think there'll be something. The problem for Mercedes will be how long will it take to unlock that something. Are they going to give away points in the early races? That's the thing I'm most intrigued about, because this team we're looking at here, Ferrari, Sainz catching up with Norris in the last corner. They look competitive. They've looked competitive on every tyre, in every track condition that we've seen across Barcelona and Bahrain. And I've got this gut feeling that Ferrari are in the fight this season.
Yeah, well, as you say, until the final day of testing, Ferrari certainly looked like favourites going into the season. Those spoils went to Red Bull on that final day, but throughout testing, they covered over 4,000 kilometres during testing, looked quick in all conditions, in a good place, but Charles Leclerc, as they always do, was talking their chances down, but did say it was the smoothest pre-season he can remember.
Yeah, and the car looked driver-friendly. From all the onboards that I saw, it looked driver-friendly. It looked like, on the long runs, on the short runs, the drivers could extract performance, which is what you want. It gives them confidence. Whereas, I think the Mercedes is quick, there's speed in there, but it looked like it was a bit of a ride and a bit of a challenge to extract that lap time, whereas the Red Bull and the Ferrari did look a bit easier for the drivers to drive.
Yeah, because it was bouncy, but got a handle on that porpoising issue pretty early on in testing. Now, you remember Charles Leclerc here, Karun, big year in 2019 because he took his maiden pole and then came agonisingly close. Who could forget to that win, that maiden win, ultimately finishing on the podium though. So it's a track he knows and loves. What are his chances? If you actually look at that driver lineup, it's incredibly strong. You could say Carlos Sainz. Given that he finished 5th in the championship last year, goes in as favourite. How does that dynamic play out? They get on incredibly well, but if they are fighting for a world championship, surely that will change.
I think they've got the second best driver lineup in F1 at the moment, after Mercedes.
Mercedes?
Yeah, I think they've got, honestly, the very well balanced. The two drivers seem to drive in a similar style. Just speaking to some of the engineers last year, they say that the drivers ask of similar things in terms of car setup, which is great when you're starting a new era with a clean slate, because they can run separate programs and have a convergence of information. And where they're lacking is the experience of a world championship battle, aren't they? Between them, Sainz and Leclerc have won 2 Grand Prix, both for Leclerc, and that's where we haven't yet seen them in the pressure of a world championship battle. So coming back to your point, they're quite friendly at the moment, but when the pressure ramps up, it's a different ball game.
I'm trying to think back. You had some close runs with Rubens and Felipe and Michael Schumacher and Ferraris, but I'm going back to Prost and Mansell in Ferrari fighting for a world championship. That was, it can get pretty hot in there.
Well, Vettel and Leclerc, don't forget, they ran into each other on more than one occasion. It was in Brazil, they had Austria. They got quite close to comfort.
Yeah, things got a bit fruity.
Yeah, so it's not that long ago.
You have to say Charles Leclerc had a bit of bad luck. I mean, I was watching Drive to Survive and remembering that awful time at Monaco, when he put it on pole and he was set to win his home race, that heartache. And obviously Sainz was then able to capitalise on it. I think that's the interesting thing at Ferrari, isn't it, is that Sainz has been there ready to pounce when the opportunities come. And he started last season fairly steadily, kept under the radar. If you remember, he had his debut for the team here in Bahrain and started and finished in 8th place. And it didn't sort of set the world alight, but he was like, no, I just want to bed in, I want to get to know the team, and he did just that and finished the season on such a high.
Yeah, and I think he was one of the standouts really of last season. The fact that he went to basically Charles' team, right? That team is geared up around Charles so much. Yeah. But he did a great job. Back on track. So Alpine have done well to get him back on track, and with a spare side pod of some form. I'm sure Ted's eagle eye will spot which configuration it is. But I think when you're talking about Carlos, I remember, Damon, you said to me 7 years ago, before his debut, you said, I like the way he drives. He's got a great style, and he's really developed as a Grand Prix driver, hasn't he?
You're talking about Carlos?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I saw him when Josh, my son, was racing. That's where we first met Carlos Jr. And he's got lots of car control. Obviously, he spent his life with his dad being a rally driver. He spent his life going sideways, but he managed to have this great car control and adapt it to our sport, which is tarmac racing, where going sideways is not the quick way. You need to have a little bit of car control, but the goal is to keep it neat as possible and keep the wheels rolling in the direction you want it to go and not going too sideways. But very competitive, very intelligent young man, very mature and formidable competitor.
Talking of formidable competitors, there's Verstappen and Perez topping the timesheets. Let's have a quick word on Checo. He's in a bullish mood, pardon the pun, talking about going into this season that he's got to stake his claim pretty early if he wants to get a handle on this championship. And indeed, his teammate, he knows he needs to raise his game. And now he's had a year to bed in with Red Bull. He understands their philosophy. What are his chances of doing that, Damon?
If I'm honest, I mean, I think I admire his spirit, but Max is going to be the guy. It's going to be very. I can't see Sergio beating Max Verstappen on a regular basis. If he can get closer and out-qualify him a couple of times, then what do we make of Sergio then? I mean, I already think Sergio is a fantastic racing driver. I've always said it, and I've been a big fan of his performances. Has he got the ultimate speed of Max Verstappen? Could I see him doing that pole lap we saw from Max in Saudi Arabia? I don't think so, and I don't want to be disparaging of Sergio, but I think he's absolutely top drawer. You mentioned driver pairings. I would say Sergio and Max is a very, very strong driver pairing and could bring Red Bull the Constructors' Championship.
Okay, we're talking of strong driver pairings. They've certainly got one at McLaren with Lando, Norris and Daniel Ricciardo, and we can hear from their boss, Andreas Seidel, joins us now. Andreas, great to have you with us. How are things? Have you put those reliability concerns firmly behind you from testing?
Yeah, hello again. Good to be back on the pitfall, starting the new season. Yeah, so far so good, I would say. So 2 important messages. First of all, Daniel seems to be back on full energy, which is very important after his infection last week. And then secondly, regarding the brake cooling, still early days, but so far I would say we had a good start into that session, which is positive.
Andreas, what did you actually do? I don't suppose you can tell me exactly what you've done, but is this a problem you think is going to be affecting every team up and down the grid with this new hubcap that they've got on the cars?
From what we hear from the other teams as well, it's definitely a problem throughout the pit lane, but definitely not to the extent that we had it at the last test, which was a bit of a shame after the good start we had in Barcelona. So we lost a bit of rhythm over these 3 days in Bahrain at the test. We've not been able really to put in all the laps, But the team did a great job now in the last 7 days. Everyone was flat out back home in the MTC in order to provide us with upgraded parts. I would still call it a kind of an interim solution for here and probably for some more races. But yeah, I'm happy with what the team could do in these days. It was a race against time, and hopefully we can now focus again on getting back into the rhythm and focus on performance.
Andreas, it's Karun. Just looking at the lap times at the moment, we're looking at Lewis Hamilton on track. Obviously, we're seeing a range of programs, but the lap times are some way away from where we saw the last day of testing. What are the conditions like out there? You know, why do we think we're seeing such a time offset compared to the last day of testing?
In general, I think everyone is running probably a bit heavier. Maybe the engine is a bit down compared to what we've seen at the last day at the test. Then I think also, shouldn't forget that it's now quite windy today, different to the test as well, which has a huge influence on these cars, and I'm confident that with the sessions in the evening or also then the next days where we have the prediction that the wind is going down again, we will easily get back to the lap times we've seen last week.
And Andreas, a more general view of the midfield, Lando saying that it's the tightest it's ever been. Is that a view that you agree with? Are you confident that you can fight the teams in front?
To be honest, it's so difficult to predict because with us losing a bit the rhythm after the positive first test, we don't really know where we are. We think we have a healthy platform to go into this new era of Formula One. We think we will be about there again to battle where we have been last year. But we have seen some very strong cars as well from other competitors at the test, so we'll find out tomorrow latest.
Have a great weekend, Andreas. Thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, Ted, what have you got for us?
Natalie? Hello, Natalie. A couple of things from down at Mercedes, where George Russell, I think they did identify. So, did you think it was a piece of George Russell's bodywork? I couldn't see anything on the front wing that was missing. There might have been something maybe on the rear wing that had come off.
I think it was silver. I was looking at the front wings, and they're actually not silver. So
No.
you're looking for a silver thing, silver or white. Yeah.
Silver or white.
Much like your hair colour.
Okay, all right. I can't guarantee it was off the Mercedes because everything looked intact. What I can tell you about, Damon, I think you saw in that piece that Naomi and I did earlier in the garage, you saw some bits that looked like sort of fine-toothed combs on the bottom of the floor, floor surface.
Maybe that's why I got the hedgehog idea.
Yes. It is the very, very, very spiky splines or plines or whatever they are. They're actually sort of pressure taps. They're little. I'm just waiting to see if I can actually show you them on our camera, but we've got a sea of mechanics' legs in the way, so I can't actually see whether I can show you. I think I probably can. They're just by the stay. Here we go. We've got a camera down here, so I'll try and show you. Oh no, we've got more mechanics' legs in the way. Sorry. When Big Carl, the garage mechanic, the garage setup leader, moves out the way, we might be able to see these things. That's because it's actually a new floor that Lewis Hamilton is running. It's the newer one. I believe we saw actually for the last session of the test. That was confirmed from the Mercedes press department just before the session. Whereas George Russell's running the old floor, and I think those bits are. Those little splines that you saw, they're little sort of pressure taps, the little pressure sensors.
Ah, that's what they are.
Can you see them now on the car? Just before the stay, just before the metal stay, it's reinforcing the floor.
So that's what they are. They're just measuring. Isn't there like pitot tubes?
Yes,
Aren't they? They're measuring pressure around that area. Okay, good. I thought there was some sort of thing to catch crisp packets and stuff. From going into the radio, but I should have thought more intelligently than that.
What it does mean is that obviously Hamilton's car is carrying a little bit extra weight in this session, and once they get rid of all of this instrumentation, then that'll be the thoroughbred that we will see what he takes into the rest of the weekend. But whether they've got two of these newer floors or whether the old one proves to be better in terms of controlling the porpoising, we will follow up with in free practice 2 and 3.
Great, thank you, Ted. Karun.
Well, just looking at George Russell here on a set of soft tyres, Natalie, so I thought we'll have a look at his lap. He's about a tenth and a half down on Max in the first sector, a lap which he did on the mediums, let's keep in mind. So George, despite being on a faster tyre, the offset about 6 to 7 tenths of a second, Pirelli say, heading down towards turn 9 and 10. just a little bit earlier when we were talking to Andreas Seidel, we got a shot of Hamilton's car porpoising away down the start-finish straight. So still a few issues at Mercedes. Got a nice clear run towards turn 11. Using a bit of extra road on the curb on the right-hand side, using plenty of weight on the way out, comfortably. Flat through turn 12, and we get the second intermediate time now, and he's up, so he has pulled a little bit of time back on Verstappen's medium tyre run. So Mercedes starting to show a little bit of performance here with 17 minutes to go. Just listen to the car skimming the deck. Ooh, Charles Leclerc's had a spin up at turn 11. So we didn't oh yeah, we're back on with George as he comes up to the line, and he does go to the top of the times with a 34.6, but only a tenth quicker than Max's time despite being on the faster tyre.
There you go. It's starting to get a little bit more serious, a little bit more touchy here now. Good flurry of activity with only 60 minutes left. I think the pressure is starting to mount, and it must be very difficult to gauge where you actually are in the car. So I think they'll take a bit more time to get that sixth sense of exactly how wide their cars are, because they'll need that for placing them on again.
Okay, with just over 15 minutes to go, is George Russell who goes quickest on that soft compound tyre, 10th ahead of Max Verstappen in the red. So George Russell then putting it to the top of the timesheets on the softer compound ahead of the two Red Bulls, and hopefully we will see
was the C5, which is the softest one traditionally used at street circuits such as Monaco or Baku. Let's have a look here. This looks like Lance Stroll gearing up on a set of soft tyres to head up the lap. He's down in 17th at the moment on the timesheet. His teammate Nico Hulkenberg has just popped up into the top 10, by the way, on a 35.8. So good effort from him early on. Aston Martin went under the radar a little bit, didn't they, in testing? Didn't really grab any headlines, but let's look at Stroll's lap coming through. DRS open up towards turn 4. Hamilton getting nicely out of the way as gets wide. That's a little bit wide, doesn't he? The back of the car not quite within there. That is the crosswind that Damon was talking about before. They're turning from the winding side on to then be behind you through turn 4. That makes the exit really tricky, but he is up on Russell's time in the first sector, so that's a pretty strong first sector from Lance Stroll so far. Hunting around a little bit at turn 9. Didn't seem to really get the car placed exactly as he'd want, and that might have compromised his exit onto the back straight. Towards turn 11, the second DRS zone turns in. This is where we saw Leclerc have his little spin. No issues for Stroll now as he heads up towards 12, and we'll get the second sector time. Gasly by by the way, has gone to the top of the times on a 34.1. Stroll now 3.5 tenths down, pretty neat and tidy through turn 13 and coming out just towards the final corner. You can see those yellow dots, by the way, on the rear wing. Those are measurement dots which the teams use. They'll have a camera or an infrared to measure the amount of movement on the rear wing. But he comes up across the line and P6 at the moment, about 6 tenths away from Gasly's time.
P5th now now he goes down to 6th as Leclerc, but it's P2. And actually, Karun, it's no bad thing, is it, to be under the radar in testing? It sort of takes the pressure off them a bit.
Yeah, I guess so, unless as long as they can put themselves in the middle of the radar when we get to the race weekend. So, yeah.
That's when it matters.
Exactly. We got a shot there. Mike Crack, their new team principal on the pit wall of Aston Martin, who's joined the team, and yeah, he's come very highly rated.
What a lap. That was nice. We get into the mojo now.
Yeah.
So Gasly enjoying himself out there. 134.193 for him on the soft compounds.
Into the mojo now.
Yeah.
What a lap indeed, and yeah, he's going to be in a good frame of mind coming into this season, isn't he, Karun? Pierre Gasly on fine form in 2021, third in testing, and talks about a very different sensation in this car, but he's got a strong car and you'd have to say a stronger teammate, so hopefully it will be a dual approach this time round, because all too often in 21 Pierre Gasly was fighting alone.
Yeah, that's right. You know, they quite often had the fourth or fifth fastest car last season, but they didn't finish there in the Constructors' Championship, and really that came down to Tsunoda's early part of the season. Albon running very wide at turn 4. That's obviously cost him time, but he's got traffic here as well, so it's going to be a bit of a messy lap for him in terms of traffic. Yeah, interested to see. That's how Gasly gets on in that midfield fight. As usual, as we've seen in recent years, has been superb. And you know what? I think it's going to ebb and flow much more this year than we saw in previous seasons. I think we're going to see circuit-specific performances. These cars, depending on how high or low you could run the car, or especially how low you could run it, you'll gain a whole load of more performance with the downforce just because of the ground effects. And so I think there'll be some tracks which suit certain cars more than others, depending on where they design the aero map.
We've been watching the Williams there with Alex Albon in the Karun, and it looks nice. It looks nice. I really hope they've done the right thing. They just haven't quite got it to work yet. At times are not looking too bad. Let's see what it does as it crosses the line now. Latifi had already done 35.6, and so 34.1 is it's pretty good. Pretty good show. That was the fastest I think it's going to this time.
But as you say, though,
36.02 for Alex. But let's hope they've got the right package. It's so slim. It's so beautifully packaged, that whole car. There's something that looks right about it.
Yeah. But as you say, if you go down the wrong alley, it's very difficult to reverse back out of it.
I don't think they have. It's too early.
You've got a feeling. You've got a gut feeling.
I just think Karun is quite right. This is going to be so interesting seeing how these cars progress during the season. Don't forget they were at the back of the grid. The constructors pretty much, finished 8th, I think, in the constructors last year. They've got a little bit more time in the winter. They've got a little bit more of this, more scope to improve.
Okay, with 8.5 minutes to go, let's go back down to Ted in the pit lane.
Thank you, Natalie. Yes, of course, it depends how wide the alley is, doesn't it? It's a really wide alley. You can do a nice
you do a
3-point
turn.
Get out of there. Now, would you like to join me down in Valtteri Bottas Sympathy Corner? Because the poor Finn has been, after being beset throughout testing with floors that were breaking, gearbox casings that were breaking, everything that was breaking, he went out for his first lap, do you remember, about 50 minutes ago, and had a misfire. And it's taken them this long to fix it, but I'm delighted to say that we can step out of Valtteri Bottas Sympathy Corner because they have fixed it. And and he's on track on a new set of red sidewall soft tyres. So now we're going to see whether the Alfa Romeo Sauber has got any speed in it. We don't know the fuel level, of course, but let's see what Valtteri has got up in his car, because finally he's got the car fixed. So well done for the engine side of the garage there. He's out again.
Well, he said that the potential is definitely there with this car, and Damon, you'd have to say this is a significant season from him. He's coming into a team as its leader. He's got a rookie by his side. It will probably change his approach when you consider that he's been alongside Lewis for so long.
I mean, it doesn't do anyone's pride any good to be shown up as a racing driver, but at least he has the caveat that he was shown up by one of the greatest racing drivers of all time, and there's no disgrace in that. And I think he's already talked about, he just admits he had to say to the team, McLaren team, sorry, the Mercedes team, I don't know why I'm calling them McLaren all the time, but Mercedes team, and to Lewis, you're just better, and he's accepted that. But I think this is a place where he can grow. I'm sure he's going to be strong, and I think he's going to be a leader of that team. And let's see what they've got up their sleeve. I think they're quite comfortable. It doesn't look too radical, but there's, as I said, I will be saying, it's the midfield which we're going to see a huge battle for those very, very important places, because a tiny amount of difference is going to could make the difference between finishing 4th or finishing 8th or something like that.
Yeah. And it will be Joe Guan Yu who benefits from that wealth of experience that his teammate has. He's the only rookie on the grid this year. Huge moment for him as he embarks on his first Formula One weekend, and indeed for his country, the first Chinese driver in Formula One. He says he's feeling fresh, he says he's feeling up for the challenge, and here he is as we ride with him at his first practice session for a full race weekend.
Yes, well, we wish him all the best, and of course he's had a lot of experience with F2, so he's not like he's never been here before. I mean, he's never been in this team in a competitive session, actually with a view to being in the race. Yeah. So far, so a great adventure he's just embarked on, and we're going to see how he's going to grow. And I was speaking to Graham Loudon before,
who manages him.
He manages him, and he was telling about the story. The whole family came over to live in Europe. Yeah. And make that leap from China, because in China they still don't know much about our sport, so it's very difficult to get the ball rolling over there. Although we've been there with F1, of course, and they do motorsport. It's still off the radar. So hopefully, Joe can actually spread the word for us.
We're having a driver that you can back
amongst the 1.2 billion people that in his country.
Having a driver that you can back certainly does that. And talking of exciting times, Karun, Kevin Magnussen, to have him back in the sport at relatively short notice, he certainly felt like he had unfinished business in Formula One when he left. He's been out for 15 months. He's got a smile as wide as the track on his face right now. He's absolutely delighted to be here, and you have to say the team feel delighted to have him back.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a winter and a half, haven't they, Haas? Dealing with all sorts of issues, and I think it's been quite tricky for them to even get the car ready in time and get into the first test. But they seem to have sort of settled down now, haven't they? They've put the controversies behind them. They've got their driver lineup in place. It sounds like K-Mag is signed up for more than one season, which is good for him and a bit of stability. And also he'll provide a good benchmark for Mick Schumacher. Not necessarily this weekend, because I think it will take him a weekend or two just to get into it. From the fitness of his neck muscles, for example. They would have all relaxed a little bit over the last 15 months. So, but once we start to get into the European season, I think he'll prove to be a good benchmark for Mick Schumacher as well. And that should hopefully drive the Haas team further forward.
Absolutely. Okay, Ted, back to you. More on Valtteri, I believe.
Oh no, Natalie.
Oh, no,
we're back in Valtteri Bottas sympathy corner.
Oh,
because his engine's still crocked. Oh, Valtteri, after all, just can't get a break so far. I mean, there's team radio.
Did you see that in the last corner?
Was there a problem, Max?
No, just look what happened in the last corner. Like suddenly there was a Ferrari just like massively turning to the right, took two cars.
Understood.
Okay, first bit of team radio of the season. That's
Yeah,
Good.
let's have a look.
Great. Sorry, do you need to do a replay?
No,
Okay.
I thought they were going to show it to us then.
Okay, well, come in if you do. But yeah, it looks like that misfire was still a misfire. It wasn't fixed as they thought it was. And Valtteri is out of the car and has trudged very slightly unhappily to his driver room. That's it. So he's had 2 outlaps, hasn't he, in the first free practice session. So let's hope for him that there's a engine change between the sessions and there'll be a fresh Ferrari in his back of his Alfa Romeo for the second, more relevant to the track conditions practice session. Valtteri can actually get some laps under his belt.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ted.
Ted, am I
Frustrating
right
session
in...
as well.
Sorry, no, I was just saying, Ted, am I right in saying...
This is what happens when we're not in the same room together.
Sorry.
He's in a computer. He's not in the same room as us. Are you okay there?
I am.
We
No,
can
I had
see
a
you.
question.
Carry on.
I had a question for Ted.
Yes.
Ted, I'm right in
Yes.
saying this is Valtteri's first season in the hybrid era without a Mercedes power unit, isn't it? Because he would have been
Yeah.
Mercedes and Williams, and I think 2013 they had the Renault, so it's probably his first time with Ferrari, isn't it? It's not started well.
Good. Do you want to go to them with that, Karun? Maybe.
Oh, well,
Well, he can't,
you're
he's in
Ted,
London,
so
he's safe.
I thought I'd just leave that with you to go to them with.
I'll just gloss over that, and I'll tell you about a Mercedes-powered car who is doing the business, and that is the one in the back of car number 27, quickly re-stickered from car number 5, Nico the Hulk Hulkenberg. He's had a great old session, a load of laps. It's been absolutely good going, some flawless development work, and I'm pleased to see that. I keep walking back past Hulkenberg's garage and expect to see him there making setup changes, but he's been on track for quite a lot. Natalie and Damon, how many laps has he done? It's a good number of laps under his
He's
belt.
done 28. There's only one guy who's done more than him, and that is Pierre Gasly. So we'll see how his neck is coping. I mean, I can tell you, you have no idea how it feels to. That's George actually. But I thought he had his head on the headrest, but I mean, you have no idea the load, what these corner loads really feel like. It's just phenomenal. And your neck, if you don't get in one of these cars and lap regularly, it's almost impossible to simulate using training aids.
Well, when you see all those stretchy bands when they're doing those neck exercises, he's going to have to do loads of those tonight. Does that not make a difference?
No, he won't want to have to do it. He'll get some massage tonight. He'll give it some rest. He doesn't want to use any of the muscle up. It's too late now for that to build up. But I mean, he will be a bit sore. Hopefully he'll get better, but the race is a bit easier because the pace drops a bit when the tyres start to get cooked. So, but even so, it's a strain on your neck. Mostly, that's the big problem if you haven't driven for a while.
I always think with these things, adrenaline carries you through, and it's just sore the next day. Don't think about it at the time.
Yeah, adrenaline's a great natural drug.
Anesthetic.
Along with you can have too much of it. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to control. You don't want to have too much of the thing leaking out all over the place. You need to remain in control. So adrenaline can actually make a bit loopy sometimes.
Okay, so the checkered flag has fallen.
What do you make of that?
Oh, look at that, Pierre Gasly.
I mean, only 2.6 seconds from the front to 19th. Valtteri, of course, letting down the side, not putting in a competitive time because of his problems. So sympathy corner again, Ted, for Valtteri, but the rest of them have shown at least a little bit of what to expect.
Yeah, it's really jumbled up the order, isn't it? I don't think we're going to see Verstappen and Hamilton down in 5th and 7th cometh the hour. I mean, the next session for me is probably the most important because the track temperature is much more representative of where we'll have it in qualifying and the race. It started off this session at 38 degrees. It's already fallen to 32 degrees, so quite a big drop even across this last hour, and it will settle probably in the mid-20s by the time we get to the next one. So FP2 will be much more representative in terms of lap times.
A crucial session, as you say, FP2, and one in which Valtteri Bottas will certainly want to get some track time in. Difficult session, Damon, for McLaren. Look at Norris and Ricciardo down there in 16th and 17th. They just didn't seem to get their session going.
No, they've been lapping, but they haven't really put in. Well, they haven't shown what they can do if they can do it. If you know what I mean.
Can they do it?
Well,
What's your feeling?
I don't. My feeling is they can. and they will. But I think they've got some. Listening to Andreas just then, I think they're saying they've got niggly problems that are holding them back from getting the best out of the setup.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because in Barcelona it all looked so good for McLaren, and you thought they were going to really hit the ground running this season, and then these problems with Daniel's positive COVID test and the issues of the overheating brakes all started to set in. And they did show in Barcelona that it was possible to retain downforce without incurring much porpoising, so they were on top of that early on. But as we touched upon, Karun, there is so little to choose between this midfield, and if you think that Ferrari have seemingly taken that step forward and the fight potentially to Red Bull and Mercedes, then it means McLaren will be looking to assert themselves early on in this season, won't they?
You know the fun bit, Nats? We won't actually know this answer until after qualifying. And then when we get to Saudi Arabia, it's probably going to be different. And then when we get to Melbourne, it's going to be different because the car's going to evolve so much. And that is the fun thing about this season is I don't think it's like in previous years where we see the pecking order settle. Whatever we see at race 1 tends to roughly be the same for the rest of the season. I think this year we're going to see this pecking order just evolve and change, which is it's going to be brilliant for us. We're all going to rock up on a Friday morning for the first free practice and have no idea what the order is going to be for qualifying in the race.
And as you say, track specific, so it will keep us on the edge of our seats throughout. Which is certainly what 2021 did for us, isn't it, Damon?
Crofty's going to love it up here, isn't he? I mean, we've let him out of his box because he's been in the box the last 2 years.
Well, that's true. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, we did have the commentary box in the TV paddock, so you couldn't actually see the track, and we are now back in the normal commentary boxes.
And I can see through the window the cars right in front of me doing their practice starts, and yeah, it's much nicer being able to get that close and have a look. I've got a fantastic bird's eye view here.
Yeah, tell us the importance of doing this, Damon.
Well, you can't wait until the race itself to learn how to do a start. So they've got to get the settings on the clutch. They've got to see wheel spin. They've got to see. So the data they'll get from doing this practice start they'll go back tonight, and there'll be people working in the team just on starts. That's their job. And
pretty crucial part of the race.
It's hugely important. Of course, it can decide a world championship.
So what are the takeaways then from this session, Karun? What do you think, who do you think leaves here relatively buoyed by their performance, and who leaves here scratching their heads and wondering what on earth they're going to do with their weekend?
Well, Gasly's engineer sounded pretty pumped up, didn't he, on the team radio.
In fairness.
Pierre Hamlin there, who actually lives here in the UK, in the same village as Anthony Davidson, I believe. But they sounded very, very happy with that. I think Ferrari will be pleased, won't they? As we were saying before, in every condition, in terms of weather condition and track conditions that we've seen, the Ferrari's been competitive, and once again, second and third, hardly anything less than half a tenth between the two drivers. So I think they'll be pretty pleased with that. I guess we just need to wait and see. Once they all run the soft tyre for their qualifying simulations, which we expect to see them do in FP2, we'll get a much better picture of where things stand. So
I think the piece of Mercedes we saw on the track was the cowling.
Right.
That goes over the road.
Okay, confirmation then. It is indeed Pierre Gasly who was first in that session, 3/10 ahead of Charles Leclerc, and then his teammate Carlos Sainz in third. Yuki Tsunoda, his teammate at AlphaTauri, down in ninth. So good session for the team on the whole there. He set that time also on the soft compound tyre. Looking outside the top 10, Zhou Guanyu will be pleased with that performance in his first outing, his first competitive outing then with Alfa Romeo in 11th, setting that time on the softs. As Damon alluded to earlier, just over 2.5 seconds from the back to the front. Valtteri Bottas having a difficult session for him. More to come in FP2, no doubt.
Finally, Valtteri Bottas with no time. 2.6 seconds, covering first to last. All the white cars back out again at 6 o'clock. ستعود سيارات المرور بلغات في تمام الساعة 6 مع فترة التجارب
everybody, it's tea time here in Bahrain, but we'll put the shawarma to one side for a moment. We've got lots of work to do. It's time for second practice ahead of the Bahrain Grand Prix. The 2022 season is go, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here at the Sakhir circuit. Who can triumph over the lumps and the humps of this wonderful 3.4 mile track, some 11 miles from the Bahrain capital Manama, and located on the side of a former camel farm. 3 DRS zones along the main straight up to turn 4 and towards turn 11 as well. 15 corners in total, 6 to the left and 9 to the right. You take your lap time at full throttle for 64% of the lap on one of these compounds of tyres. The white stripe hard tyre C1, medium tyre C2 with the yellow stripe, and the C3 soft tyre red stripe. That was the medium tyre for the 3-day test that we had here in Bahrain about 7 days ago. The temperature still fairly chilly though. Track temperature 24 degrees, air temperature 17 degrees, but this is the session that really counts in terms of practice ahead of the Grand Prix, because this is the one that takes place underneath the lights. 495 lighting poles illuminating the scene here in the desert. It looks absolutely wonderful wherever you're watching from. Karun Chandok, come in from back home in the UK. Congratulations on becoming a dad once again, but you'll have to put the nappy changing to one side for the next hour. Lots to focus on here.
Yeah, Crofty, this is a very welcome break from nappy duties. I'm very excited, as Simon was saying, to see finally some performance runs unleashed in this session. Crucially, the track temperature, you said 24 degrees. That's 13 degrees cooler than it was at the start of FP1 and much more representative of what we'll see in qualifying. So, arguably, the most important session in terms of practice for this weekend.
And we will see performance runs as the teams put on the soft tyre and go for those qualifying simulations, and not everyone was doing that in the first practice session. Topped, as Karun said, by Pierre Gasly for AlphaTauri, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz for Ferrari, second and third fastest. George Russell for Mercedes, fourth fastest, ahead of Max Verstappen, the reigning world champion, who was fifth fastest. McLaren, for instance, I caught a word with Andreas Seidel, Damon Hill, who said, look, we weren't doing any performance runs at all. We were checking our brake ducts to make sure if they work. I said, right, did they work? He went, yeah, for the time being, yes. Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that, David, and it's great to be here. And
brilliant to see you.
And now are we going to see a bit more, of them stretching their legs, pushing the limits? Because I couldn't tell anything from that one.
I think we are, yes.
Yeah.
But what we also want to see is reliability, and still at this very early stage, reliability absolutely key, and I don't think any team has got total confidence in the reliability given the massive changes that we've had during the winter.
And as I was talking, before we came up here, I was looking into the Mercedes garage, and they were all over Lewis's car, pulling it apart. It was not ready to go just yet. It might be now. There he is, sitting in his seat, looking like a redundant driver or something for the moment.
He does look like someone who's kind of set in on the seat at the back of the garage for the time being. Ted Kravitz might give us more. He's outside Mercedes.
Hello, Crofty. Hello, Damon. Hello, Karun. Hello, everybody. Yes, Lewis is keenly poised, I would say, drumming his fingers against the leatherette seat that they put at the back of that garage to ape the kind of seats you get in those posh Mercedes that cost loads of money that make this team run. So Lewis is waiting to get in the car, and it's a setup change. In fact, it's several setup changes to this car that's delaying him. So clearly he wasn't happy with the car. Clearly they've got still a lot to learn, and especially on the front suspension, the front axle. I'm not really seeing any work going on the back. Damon, I don't know when you were looking down here you saw anything on the back, but it's a ride height change, it's a front suspension change as well. You can just see them sorting out the uprights and the push rods. There's been a change on the brakes as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mechanics, 7 if you count the guy with the stickers, just putting a little sticker on the left-hand side as you look at it. And all the time, Lewis paces around the back of the garage, arms, hands behind his back, thinking, come on, lads, I know we gave you these setup changes to do because I want the car a bit different from FP1, but I'm keen to get out there. Just underlining his
Well, it's determination, Crofty. Was that one of the lines that you were interested in from the press conference? In the kind of, you ain't seen nothing yet, and I'm going to change my approach and be, ultra aggressive. Not that he wasn't before this season. Well, that's we're seeing evidence of it right here and now.
And as if to kind of stimulate himself, he's gone back to his helmet design he had when he was karting. That's what that helmet design is all about. So it's to remind himself of where he came from and how he got to where he was before. And he wants that 8th title that was denied him last year.
Karun Chandok, just to give you a bit of help and a bit of help to the millions of people watching around the world. Not only has Lewis Hamilton changed his helmet this year to go back to that yellow helmet from his early karting days, but you can see the number 44 is bright yellow on the car as well, and you can see that little camera on top of the airbox. That's turned yellow too, and that was a request, Karun, from Lewis Hamilton. Please, can I have a camera that matches my helmet and my numbers, just for continuity's sakes and all that.
Crofty, how happy are you? I mean, he's got a helmet that you can identify. Now, this is the key. Is he going to change it, Crofty? Or is he going to keep you happy for the next 22 races?
I'm not completely happy because for years he's had the black T camera. So I'm now, whenever I see the black T camera on the Mercedes, I've got to think, no, that's George. That's not Lewis. Lewis has got the yellow. Could get very confusing.
Oh, well, I'm sure he had your thoughts in his consideration while he was making those requests.
I'm sure he didn't.
But what is great, by the way, is just now, as the sun has set out in Bahrain, we can see these numbers on the steering wheel, Crofty. This is great. Top right-hand corner of that steering wheel. Once the graphics go, there we go. See that red number flashing? That is a key number when we get the performance run. For everyone home, keep an eye on that. That is the lap time delta. So mode push, that means Carlos Sainz has switched the engine power unit mode into the push mode to get on with a lap.
Right, in which case then, Damon, let's follow this lap with Carlos Sainz, who had a decent start to the day. He had a decent test as well, and he's going to slam those brakes on just before the 100-metre board and barrel into turn 1.
It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, it's great to be on board again, isn't it? And with the floodlights on, the cars look amazing. The Ferrari's got this kind of rather dull red to it. I think it's been commented on. You can see it going past there. It looks like it's covered in oil, but it's not. It's actually the paintwork. But car looking stable so far, threading its way through the middle section of the circuit now over the curbs. That's riding the curbs quite well as he comes into this corner. Where is he? What corner is he on there?
Turn 8.
Turn 8. And up through to this tricky entry to turn 9 where you can lock up.
Yeah, turn 9 into turn 10 is a bit of a horror, especially if the wind's blowing in the wrong direction.
And now he's got the wind behind him, so going into turn 11 now, it's going to be very tricky on the entry. The car might feel a bit light, but they're generating so much downforce now, I wouldn't think that's a problem. But this is where Charles Leclerc actually spun it in the early session.
That's
so
right.
That looked pretty neat. Now that's interesting. The sparks coming off of the side of the floor when it's under load. So they've got some sort of skid on the floor there as well, which is, it may have been from the front ring end plate, but it looked like it was coming from the side of the floor.
We're going to see a lot of sparks this year and probably an increase in the sparks as well. George Russell has crossed the line in a 1:34.8. Carlos Sainz is going to obliterate that on his first push lap. He does a 1:33.8 for Carlos Sainz. So a full second faster than George Russell in the one Mercedes that's out on the track as it stands at the moment. Kevin Magnussen has just put himself up into third place. Kevin coming into the Haas team once they'd dropped Nikita Mazepin, and on one of the days of the test, I think it was day 2, Kevin Magnussen set the fastest time of the day, albeit a few moments after everyone else had gone home for the day because Haas were allowed an extra hour on the track. Charles Leclerc is about to cross the line now, and he might set the fastest time and does so. 1:33.1 Ferrari, Karun, laying down a marker.
Yeah, they've looked good, haven't they? We said it before, in testing they have looked strong, and once again straight out there, straight on it. But what is interesting, Damon, to watch, you were talking about the sparks there up at turn 12 coming from the sides, but very little porpoising, I noticed. When he was heading down towards turn 1 or heading down towards the last corner, much less vertical bouncing or movement than we've seen from a lot of other cars. And Andrew Shovlin was saying to Simon and the guys after FP1 that the cars and teams that have managed to control that are the ones who are unlocking performance, and that does seem to be the case with Ferrari.
it was something. Sorry, go on, Damon.
No, I'd agree with what Karun said. It just looked very nice over the curbs and coming off the curbs. The car it damped down very quickly. And of course, they brought in a regulation change regarding dampers, haven't they? Because there was some extra level of damping that they used to be able to employ, and I think people felt that they were misusing that or redeploying that to make the ride height of the car stay down. Right. So that was banned, I think. So now they've gone back to having to learn a bit more about the dampers they've got.
No active suspension, no active ride height suspension on these cars. A lot of people, after testing, were getting in touch on social media saying, Crofty, Mercedes are sandbagging. They have got more performance to come. They're holding things back. We'll see a totally different Mercedes when we come to the first Grand Prix. I've been talking to the team. They weren't sandbagging at testing. They have performance in that car. Whether they can unlock it right now, right here, is another matter, because when they do go for the performance, they have been getting the porpoising. Let's go trackside, though. For the first time this season, Martin Brundle has wandered out into the desert night, and he's somewhere down at turn 4. Martin, come in.
I'm on the inside of turn 4, really nice spot, one of my favourite of the year, and very challenging actually for the cars and drivers in here, because there's a really strong crosswind coming up the straight from turn 3, and as they turn in, we'll watch the Alpine go through here now, and you can see the drivers really struggling to keep the car inboard of the racetrack as the wind is cutting across, and the track falls away. We got a lock up there from the Alfa Romeo. The track falls away from you, and you can really see testing of the rear grip as they go to the outside of the corner. They pick up the throttle, and the back of the Ferrari there just complaining. The drivers are being so cautious, and they're trying to just keep going on the throttle without loosening off the rear axle as they go through the crosswind. But we talk about this session being extremely representative, don't we, because it's the time of day and what have you. It's properly cold out here. It's as if we're at Silverstone, to be honest. Do you need to come back in, Crofty?
Not at all, Martin. No, sorry. You carry on.
Some cars going quite slowly through at the moment. But what really strikes me, actually, having stood up here on day 1 of the test last week, is just how much better the cars are. These really good quality work all these teams managed to do, but the drivers are more accurate.
To get the time.
So they're still bouncing a lot. Okay, copy.
And I think, Karun Chandok, that's a message we're going to get a lot, not just from Lewis Hamilton, but from other drivers as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Mercedes, along with the AlphaTauri, did seem to be particularly worse in testing. The AlphaTauri, I have to say, this morning seemed like they've got a little bit more control over it. Gasly, of course, going to the top of the times. But that Mercedes still looks tricky. Let's go on Paul Croft. Let's see, maybe we'll get a whole lap here with Lewis Hamilton. Oh, he's heading down. Watch his head.
Look at his head, though.
I know, this was just like... And let's listen in. You can hear the floor. There, can you hear the skimming of the floor as he was bouncing along, and he's gone deep at turn 1, so he's really going to abort this lap. But you can just hear it skimming along, and that's what's affecting him in the braking zones as well. The car just skims along, and it creates his brake locking that Shove was talking about as well.
My mate Dewsbury said he'd offer Lewis Hamilton some advice this season. I said, well, you can't drive a Formula 1 car. He said, no, but I go to a lot of heavy metal gigs, and I'm really good at headbanging, and I can teach him how to do it safely, because I think that's what he might need.
Well, that's useful information. I mean, look at this.
Look at that.
I mean, the trouble is that doesn't do your back any good. Quite far
no, it doesn't do your neck
and
much good.
You simply can't control the car. It's getting into an oscillation, and it's getting worse and worse because it's exciting itself. Let's say.
Ooh, what a lock-up that was!
It's like it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Then, isn't it?
Seriously, some sort of magician had made the McLaren disappear.
Look at this track temperature graph. Oh, it's gone. There was a track temperature graph there, David. You know, the track temperature is dropping. This is such an unusual set of circumstances. The air temperature is 17.5, as we said before, and a massive wind as well. So they've got a bit of work to do to find and fine-tune their cars in these varying conditions.
And even to get Sergio Perez out, who is the one driver we've not seen on track yet, but I think we will be doing in a moment. We've had nearly 14 minutes of this BE2 session. Free practice 2, and it's Charles Leclerc by half a second from Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz runs in third from Fernando Alonso, and Lewis Hamilton is not playing sailing out there for any of them, though. Seen the soft tyre runs yet, Damon. You were just looking at the timing screen here and seeing just how close it was in the midfield section, but quite a spread from first to last.
Yeah, but in the first session, I think there was like 10 cars within 1 second, and it was only 2.5 second spread. It's gone up to 3.3 second spread now. Yeah, we're seeing cars, I think, that can go faster, showing their pace a bit.
George Russell continues on his way in the Mercedes. And so far, George Russell 10th fastest overall. This is his first push lap of this particular stint. He's done 4 laps in total. He has been into the pits to make some setup changes and then come back out again. Now, I would imagine this section of the track, you can lean on these cars quite a bit. The downforce should be working. The ground effect should be working well. But all the drivers saying, Damon, it's the slow corners where you have to change your driving style a bit. You need a bit of patience.
Yeah, patience is good because they're used to cars that were able to stop much later than these cars, and they were more nimble in the corner. So they're adapting themselves to the new limits. And the aerodynamics, a little bit of a wiggle there on the exit of 11 for George there. So I think that's the wind actually, because they're coming out through the exit of that corner. The crosswind is getting the back of the car. But yes, so they are having to find new limits. I think they're going to have to brake earlier if the data I've seen is correct. So they're braking a bit earlier, and that's good for racing because it means you've got longer braking distances.
I think it's going to be interesting to see, actually, Damon, when we get to Sunday, isn't it? Because that's this whole ethos of this regulation change, is how will the racing be? How will they be able to brake and follow each other in the dirty air? And that's the big test. So far, we saw a little bit of in testing. We saw some cars chasing each other around, and it did look better. The window between 1.5 seconds and 3 seconds is certainly better when you speak to some of the drivers. So, yeah, we'll see. And as part of the big regulations change, that's the thing that we're all waiting to see on Sunday.
The other question, Karun, that I'd like answered is, are we going to get more tyre degradation this year than we have had in the past? Mario Isola was saying, it could be a 2-stop race this on Sunday for the Bahrain Grand Prix. But the fact that Pirelli have gone a step harder on their compounds makes you think, might push it more towards a 1-stop as Mick Schumacher locks up.
I think, given the temperatures we've got in Bahrain this year, and as you said, they've gone to the hardest compounds in the range, I'd be surprised if we have a 2-stop race. Which brings me back to my favourite point, Crofty and the rules. Why don't we force everyone to use all 3 compounds and have a 2-stop race? I've only been saying it for 5 years.
David? Yeah, well, exactly. Another 5, they might listen to you.
Are you sure you want to interfere with the regulations any more than they've already been fiddled with?
I'll tell you what I want to do. I actually want to read the regulations as they are going into the first race, but they keep changing, don't they?
I was going to actually...
You read away, sir.
Well, no,
Sergio Perez then winner here at the Bahrain International Circuit, the 2020 Sakir Grand Prix on the outer loop. Last year came here as a Red Bull driver, of course, for the first time. What can he show us out on the track in 2022? He doesn't want to be locking up going into turn 8 more times than that. So you approach it, rate of knots, try and slow the car down, and it just didn't want to do it. It's Ted, down to you.
Crofty down at the Haas garage and indeed the Alfa Romeo Sauber garage, where I can confirm that Valtteri Bottas has had his engine fixed, not replaced.
Brilliant.
So because we're having this smaller gap in between FP1 and FP2, that we've seen some of the setup changes being a little bit hurried at the end of that because of it. I think the mechanics are used to a little bit more time. is it half an hour or an hour? It's a full hour less, isn't it?
This is a full hour less
this year than we've had previously. So that maybe explains some of the late changes to Sergio Perez and Lewis Hamilton's car. But it also meant that they didn't have to change the power unit of Valtteri Bottas, and also explains that it's working well. He's up to P4.
Yes, we were talking about sympathy corner. I'm just watching him now on the map of the circuit, and I can see him actually moving, which is good. I'm glad that we've got him going.
Oh, it's all down to you. Is it your positive thoughts?
No, it's actually no, because Ted was worried about poor old Valtteri not getting off to a good start. We were actually finally seeing something, and good luck to Valtteri in the Alfa Romeo.
I think we'll see throughout the season Valtteri Bottas just finding a very nice home at Alfa Romeo with long-term security in terms of his driver contracts, and yes, he probably won't be competing for race wins as often as he might have been at Mercedes, but just I think finding a place to smile from time to time. It didn't quite work for him all the time at Mercedes, but as he admitted, it was up against Lewis Hamilton as a teammate, and sometimes you have to admit teammate is just that much better than you. Some Mexican fans cheering on Sergio Perez. Here's Alex Albon, the latest to be tuning in to some rock station on his car.
A bit of correction there, but it's just that's not a good sign. He's hit the curb, he's get on the gas, and it's got a bit tail happy.
Bit Larry from young Mr. Albon. There is Nico Hülkenberg driving for Aston Martin. He's driven for Racing Point. He's driven for Force India. So the third iteration of Team Silverstone that Nico Hülkenberg has driven for.
I'll be back, basically. It's what it should be saying, isn't it?
Seriously.
And he is.
He's on the best piece of F1 elastic, is this man. He's not allowed to go away for long. Neither is Martin Brundle. Wherever he wanders, we put a microphone in his hand and we want to hear from him. Martin, trackside to you.
I'm down at turn 10, where we see them cascading down the hill from 9. When I was here during the test, 1 in 3 cars that arrived here were locking up their inside front tyre. I haven't seen a single car lock a tyre yet. I think it's because they're coming down into a headwind that's helping them quite a lot in terms of getting the car slowed down. No doubt they've tuned the cars up a little bit. This place looks absolutely beautiful. There are the grandstands over there from turns 2 and 3, the tower here for the drag strip, the Royal Tower up there in blue, and a little bit to the left as we follow the Aston Martin through the F2 pit lane and grandstand, and this is a great little spot to be. But we'll analyse a car coming through shortly, and here we have Lance Stroll, and that was good. Car carried a lot of speed through the apex, and what you can see as they exit this corner, traction's key there. You can hear the tyres spinning up a little bit as they're just trying to adjust to torque control and getting a feel for where the grip is. No traction control, of course, on these cars, just like there's no ABS, for example, either. It is the drivers have got to drive them. But as they sort of head out past the DRS zone here, we'll look at a car when it comes around. You can just see the ground effect starting, the aero of the ground effect starting to work, and they kind of hunker down and hoover up the track as they head down there. And I can hear loads of cars over there. Presumably one of them will turn up in a moment. But it is, it's a wonderful spot to be able to sort of almost, you feel like you can get in there and be with the drivers. But you can also see if there's a lot of understeer, because these tall tyres that they have on the front now as the Alpine comes through. The tall tyres on the front and the wheel brows, mud guards, call them what you like, turn obviously with the wheel, and it gives you a feel, a really clear feel as to whether or not they've got understeers, whether they're pushing it across the track. And we heard Andrew Shovlin of Mercedes-Benz saying he thought there might be more tyre degradation, maybe more pit stops with these tyres. We certainly don't want a no pit stop race where they go from start to finish and the tyres are bulletproof in that respect, I would say. But you get a real feel now with the geometry they have, and as it being explained to me in the week, they have a lot of anti-dive. You don't want the front of the car going down under braking like a motorbike does, for example, to load the front contact patch. he's got the aerodynamics to do that. You want to try and keep the platform as level as you can for the ground effect. And those extreme geometries on the suspension and the anti-dive can make the cars very prone to locking up and then difficult to get the wheel to unlock again. We will see that during the race, but while they've got decent tyres on them and there's headwind into here, I think it's helping them a lot. So sounds a bit quiet out there. I'm going to move on, Crofty.
Thanks ever so much, Martin. It's a bit quiet because the cars have returned to the pit lane and they're coming out in dribs and drabs on the soft compound tyre. Kevin Magnussen has gone second fastest. Esteban Ocon was second fastest. K-Mag's just gone a couple of tenths faster than Ocon in the Alpine. That bodywork, by the way, that flew off earlier has been replaced, but not to a part of the same specification. He's got an older part on the car, not the new upgrade. Nico Hülkenberg, 8th fastest. He's done a soft tyre run as well. Lance Stroll has gone 6th fastest. Nicholas Latifi, 13th fastest. Here then comes Carlos Sainz for Ferrari. Now, a lot of chatter, a lot of talk about Ferrari. Could they be right in the hunt for race wins from the start? Karun Chandok, we've been talking about this. The Ferrari, it seems, excelling in the slower corners, where Red Bull might have a bit of an advantage in the faster corners. And there are quite a few slower corners for the Ferrari to excel in here in Bahrain.
Yeah, that's right. And I think they've had another upgrade on the power unit. We saw them introduce a new battery in Russia last year, Crofty, which was a big step forward, especially in race performance. And so far, 3 tenths up on the first sector, but so far, everything that the GPS data has shown from testing has told the other teams that Ferrari are right back with Mercedes and Honda in terms of performance. Lando Norris across the line. He's done a 33.2 to take him up to third on the current lap times. But let's take a look at Sainz, Crofty, coming down the back straight. DRS open. We'll try and stick with him till the end of the lap. Turn 11. Good ride quality once again from that Ferrari. Shouldn't have too much disturbance from Fernando Alonso ahead of him, his fellow Spaniard, his childhood hero, in fact, apart from his dad. And up to the second sector, and he's still 3.5 tenths up on Leclerc's time. But Leclerc's time, we have to remember, was set on the medium tyre, so that is actually a really strong lap from Leclerc. Because the offset between the two compounds, we think is about 7 or 8 tenths. Sainz a little bit hot into the last corner. Yeah, it's gone a bit wider, would have compromised his exit. Just would have had to be a little bit tentative on throttle. Lost time in the final sector. Alonso, by the way, has gone to the top of the times on a 32.8. But I think Sainz just compromised his final sector time there.
Correct, and also went over the white lines, which is track limits. The white line defines the track now, as far as our new race director Eduardo Freitas and Niels Vidic, the other race director. He's not a deputy, he's the other race director. As far as they're concerned, white line. Go over that, then you should be getting your lap times invalidated. But we've not seen any of that so far, which makes me think that the system's not quite up and running, or they haven't found enough pairs of eyes, Damon, to watch 20 cars around 15 corners. Here comes Charles Leclerc anyway, with Alonso fastest and Carlos Sainz second fastest. That is on the soft tyre, not the medium tyre. Damon.
Well, if you look at Alpine time with Fernando Alonso and you say that's a 132.8 on the softy tyre, let's say he's got to be lowish fuel, right? Yeah. So, so we are looking at the whole pack. Where do we think Alpine are in the pack? You know, the rest of these guys are not showing their pace yet.
No, exactly.
So the Ferrari are definitely not showing their pace, and neither of Max Verstappen, because he's not even done a run. Has he done a run now on
the soft?
No,
he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Here comes Leclerc, goes fastest by 0.6 of a second from Fernando Alonso, by 0.8 of a second from his teammate Carlos Sainz, who was compromised, of course, coming out of the final corner. But once again, that's a really handy lap time for Charles Leclerc, who, don't forget, got his maiden pole here in Bahrain at the Bahrain Grand Prix in 2019. He was the 99th driver in what was the 999th World Championship event to get a pole position. Should have won the race, would have won the race, but his engine gave him a few problems and eventually he finished third. It was a heartbreak for him then. Max Verstappen is now coming out on the soft tyre as we look at Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri, and here's another one that's made a good fist of decent performances here in Bahrain. Finishes 9th overall as it stands at the moment. Pierre Gasly, fourth place back in 2018. The drive that really cemented Pierre Gasly in the minds, I think, of Helmut Marko and Christian Horner. Here's Lewis Hamilton on the soft tyres. Great view, but not a comfortable position for Lewis Hamilton to be in.
The thing to point out, really, is sometimes he's a bit of a lock as well, so it's not surprising the amount of bouncing he's getting as he was coming into that. But the thing to look out for is this rhythmic bounce, because there are bumps on the track. It's not always just look at how do you compare that? Look at that Sergio.
That to me is bumps, not porpoising.
No, but that's bumps. But you see the way the car stopped bouncing the moment it had finished with the bumps. And what that's not happening with Lewis's car. It's carrying on, and it's making it an irregular bounce, which obviously is related to speed. So the faster you go, the more. If you could go fast enough, you could actually probably play a flute or something. It would be like that's how a flute works. Everybody, any wind instrument will do.
Once again, Damon Hill comes up with the analogy of the week. He could play a flute in that car. He could. Sergio Perez. I'm going to repeat this, on the soft compound tyre, not on the medium, as it might say on your graphic at the moment. And Max Verstappen is also out on that soft compound tyre. Let's have a look. DRS open down the back straight that runs parallel with the drag racing strip here. Sergio Perez setting a 30 dead during the first sector, which is a little way off the pace during that first sector. And he's 7 tenths down on the Ferrari. 7 tenths down on the Ferrari so far.
Yeah, but what do we know? I mean,
well, we don't know anything, do we, Karun? But, we can start to get excited as we discover things throughout this entire session.
I can see the way you're going here, Crofty, already. You don't get overexcited about the Ferraris just yet. I mean,
I've had 95 days without Formula One action. You can forgive me getting excited at the moment.
Well, absolutely. But I tell you what, I think it's a big season for Perez, isn't it? Because if Ferrari are in play, Crofty, all of a sudden he could find himself on the third row of the grid. If he hasn't been able to raise his qualifying pace to, in comparison to last year against this guy with the number one on his car, then he could run the risk of, ending up at the bottom half of the top six there. Verstappen, meanwhile, has gone quickest of anybody in Sector 1, 7 tenths quicker than Perez, just in the first sector. Up the second sector time, another tenth up on Leclerc. So far he's pretty much matched Leclerc in the middle sector, quicker in Sector 1. We'll have a look at the final corner. Does he manage to get the car stopped into the apex? Beautifully done there. No hint of oversteers. He picks the power up, unleashes the 1,000 horsepower off that Honda power unit, and across the line to go even faster into the 131. So he is so far the only driver we've seen in the 131s this year at testing and here this weekend.
He was on pole here last year with a 128.9. It's a 131.9 for Max Verstappen. Helmut Marko, he was smiling in testing. That's not a helmet smile, I think, so far.
No, I can't smile all the time. It's very tiring, I find. Not for you, David, obviously. You've got a permanent smile on your face.
He's got Helmut Marko's smile. It sounds like a really bad 1980s song by Kim Carnes, doesn't it?
I thought you'd say more like a disease of some sort.
No, I wasn't thinking that at all.
I'm just saying that's 1.3 seconds faster than Ferrari.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it. I'm not.
No, it's 3 tenths faster.
3 tenths faster. Yeah. And my maths has let me down again. 3 seconds faster.
Just watch the cars then. I'll do the maths.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Long season ahead. Hamilton 16th fastest, Russell 20th at the moment and last, but Hamilton goes up to 8th fastest. That's 1.2 seconds off the pace. 1.2 seconds off the pace for Mercedes.
I must write out my 9 times table 100 times when I get out of here, because
please do. George Russell, half a second down, which is a little better for Mercedes. I think that's roughly where they were during testing as well. And Information I was getting a bit earlier today, they might be about 7/10 off the pace, so Russell might have put in a decent lap there. I haven't had a chance to mention Valtteri Bottas, 5th fastest at the moment. Bottas twice a pole sitter here in Bahrain, 2nd off the pace. I actually think that's a very good lap from him. Charles Leclerc is motoring on, fuel's burnt out a little bit. He's going for a 2nd push lap, is Charles Leclerc, and he's only just off the pace that is being set currently by Max Verstappen. If he keeps going, if he's got enough grip in those tyres, he might be the 2nd driver into the 131s. Crosses the line, no, he misses out, not by much. 900ths of a second, give or take a couple of thousand.
You see, the thing is, I just want to make the point that every time I've seen Max go out, he's just basically able to go fast straight away. Just one lap, boom. You know, it's like
as it was on the final day of testing,
and it was at the start of.
There's no problem with that front brakes, man. Right front pulling. Okay, Roger, we're looking into it.
Oh dear, Karun, if the right front brakes are pulling, how does that then affect a driver trying to do a push lap around Bahrain?
Well, badly, especially a driver like Lewis Hamilton, who
I know, but put some flesh on that one.
Yeah, of course. One of the problems could be, or the causes could be, a difference of temperature. So normally, if you have one brake that's substantially cooler than the other, then you get this imbalance across the front. On top of that, we're seeing this bouncing as the Mercedes heads towards turn 1, and that will again create an issue with front locking because the front wheels aren't consistently making contact with the road, as Damon was saying before. So see the sparks as it goes over the bumps, and the frequency of the bumps just carries on with this Mercedes. It never quite settles. So combine that with an offset of temperature, then when Lewis hits the brake pedal, the car moves around. And Lewis Hamilton, ever since go-karts, has been a driver who needs a lot of confidence on the brakes. That's one of his key strengths, is under braking. And if he doesn't have that, it doesn't set him up well for the entry to the corner.
Talking of entry to corner, take us through this graph, Dave.
Okay, so you can see the red, purple line is Verstappen and the green one, Charles Leclerc, and it's very obvious that Charles is slowing his car down a lot more, but it actually, Max is going faster than him during the braking zone, and he's able to get down to the minimum speed and not drop below Charles Leclerc's graph. So he's able to brake later, go in faster, and there's a lot of time in that first bit. Clearly they're quite evenly matched when you look at them on the exit, but there's so much time in the braking, because you can imagine you're losing so much speed that you only have to go a little bit later into the brake, so you've gained tons of road.
Helps to explain the difference, doesn't it, between Verstappen and Leclerc, although Leclerc's done one extra lap and managed to close that gap to 900. So Pierre Gasly having to go the more unconventional routes coming out of turn 5 there. Otherwise, he was collecting the back of a Red Bull.
Yeah, that wasn't so good, was it? I mean, it's a good thing we've got the runoff. You can actually use it, but he's been forced to do that. He didn't want to lift off, did he?
No. It rather reminded me of some of the cars that were passing us yesterday on the non-overtaking side as we made our way back to Manama.
I won't talk about you. Talking about your driving?
No, I'm talking about other people's driving. My driving absolutely fine.
It's always the other people, isn't it?
Always the other people.
How much did it cost to fill up yesterday, David? Do you want to break it to him gently?
Yeah, a tenner. Right. To completely fill the car up.
It wasn't a massive car either, was it?
It wasn't.
About 10 quid.
I saw it and I thought, oh, it's 100 quid. He went, no, it's only 5. Only 5, so not 51. Oh, okay, fair enough. Right, Martin, to you. Trackside once again. I hope we've got enough cars out there for you to have a look at.
Indeed, I'm on the outside of turn 12, and I'm into 3 completely different types of corner now. The message and the story is that, as we see the McLaren go through there, this 90-degree right-hander absolutely Harry flatters, and the Alfa Romeo just came through there and upshifted halfway through the corner, and they just follow the white line around the inside with utter confidence and belief. But the story is there are no bad cars out there, whether it's under braking, turn in, whether it's traction zones or high-speed areas. We do expect these cars to be faster in the fast corners and slower in the slow corners, a bit heavier, and they haven't got the downforce that they perhaps used to have in the slow corners until they get the ground effect really working. And they're all going through here absolutely beautifully, I must say. Some drivers are able to to just ride the curb on the inside on their hot laps with total confidence. The car's not moving at all. The corner's just over 90 degrees actually, completely unsighted as you climb the hill. And I can hear something coming our way now as we see them come into view, hanging around the outside of T11, Sir Williams, and also upshifting in the middle of the corner as they've got so much grip. And the Aston, as he turned the wheel, almost sort of leaping into the corner there. The AlphaTauri is going well, we know. You can see that the cars are sparking like crazy because they're getting the under tray. That's why they're so stiff on the suspension, getting the under tray as close to the ground as they can. I haven't seen anything like porpoising up here. The Mercedes was porpoising through here, just bouncing through the testing. I haven't seen anything like that as Lando goes through there. And you can hear the engine just dull a little bit as the lateral loads go into the car. Now the Red Bull and the AlphaTauri with the Red Bull powertrain of former Honda engines, they're quite crackly. If they ever do have to lift off the throttle, I guess it's when they're running really super lean or something. They're really crackly. The only engines that do that, everything else is lean and clean and absolutely obviously an outspin. I keep thinking of that as a Force India or a Racing Point in that colour. Every time you see it, you instinctively think of that. But yeah, so the cars look superb to drive through these fast corners, Crofty.
Thanks ever so much indeed, Martin. Carlos Sainz on those soft compound tyres again is out for another lap whilst we watch him. Ted Kravitz, down to you.
Couple of things from down here, Crofty. First of all, at Mercedes, George Russell actually did abandon a final attempt at a low fuel run to come in and get fueled up and put some new tyres on for the long run now. His teammate Lewis Hamilton is also being fueled up in preparation for a long run. As you heard on that radio, still got the problems with the front brakes, so that change they made in the break between FP1 and FP2 not working for Hamilton, so still work to do on that, especially the right front, which he felt was pulling. You heard that on the radio. And the other star of FP1, Pierre Gasly, in the cooler conditions, the balance of that AlphaTauri has completely escaped him. I don't know where it's gone. Maybe it's on the Ferris wheel at the last corner, but he said he's got no front, but at the same time, no rear grip as well. So, yeah, maybe cooler conditions, maybe we're learning this about the AlphaTauri. Goes better in the hotter conditions. It really is brisk down here in the pit lane.
Yes, air temperature 17.3 degrees. However, the wind makes it feel just a touch chillier in these parts. Carlos Sainz, 3/10 out through the first sector and 1/10 out during the middle sector. He's making his way towards the line now on a second quali sim and goes half a second off the pace of Max Verstappen.
It looks so easy. I mean, this is the thing we've been saying about the Ferrari, isn't it? I mean, it wasn't the quickest lap, but he looked coming out of turn 10. He looked like he was able to lean on it on the slower corner and put the power down without any problems at all. It looked really beautifully balanced.
So, 18 and a half minutes to go as the Aston Martin makes its way out again. Martin Whitmarsh, the Group CEO, is here this weekend. He's probably come along to wish his team principal happy birthday. Mike Crack is 50 today, 50 years old.
Well, happy birthday, Mike. I only briefly met him in the paddock, but might get a chance to say hello and welcome to F1. Hopefully soon.
Former performance engineer with Sebastian Vettel when he first started in Formula One at BMW Sauber, and he stayed with the BMW program for many years. Now comes back to Formula One as team principal. I've had the delight of spending a bit of time with him in the last few weeks, and a very impressive man he is too. Very thoughtful, very methodical in his approach, and Karun, I think, is exactly what Aston Martin need at the moment. A team in total transition from the Force India Racing Point days into what is now a racing team with investments and a lot more potential for the future.
Yeah, 100%. We look at McLaren, Crofty, when they brought Andreas Seidel in there, Zach Brown, we're seeing on our camera, was instrumental in bringing Andreas in, and that's been really helpful to McLaren restructuring as a person with a huge amount of racing experience, but also someone who's seen life outside F1, so fresh eyes, because otherwise you you go into this bubble of not really getting fresh ideas. And I think Mike Crack will bring that. I spoke to the people who worked with him at the BMW Formula E team most recently, and they rated him very highly. They had only good things to say about him and thought that he would bring a really good perspective and experience to Aston Martin. So, yeah, very good signing there by Lawrence Stroll and Martin Whitmarsh, I think.
Demanding weekend for him. Lance Stroll currently 16th fastest. Nico Hülkenberg just below him. Hülkenberg standing in for Sebastian Vettel, who tested positive for COVID. And Hülkenberg, a super sub, comes in to save the day. He only arrived in Bahrain just after midnight last night. Here on this Friday evening, 16 and a half minutes to go of this FP2 session. Max Verstappen has the lead, 800ths clear of Charles Leclerc. Yeah, there he was, settling in for a nice weekend, watching Sky Sports 200th Grand Prix for Sky Sports F1. And then suddenly it's like, look, can you come to the track, please? We're going to need you this weekend. And yes, he got here just after midnight last night.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, that is, I called him a minute man, didn't I? I mean, you literally have to be ready to go. Yeah. I probably packed some on the fence and things, but not much time to get his other fashion gear.
Travel bag by the door, just in case.
How do they get the overalls so quickly? It used to take me months to get my racing overalls, but they clearly had some off the peg for it.
Well, he is their official reserve driver.
Oh, that's fair enough.
So, although Karun, I'm led to believe he's had to breathe in a little bit to get into the old race suit there, because he wasn't really expecting to be racing this weekend and might not be in complete race trim.
But Crofty, this is the bit that confuses me. Given the fact, we're still in the middle of this pandemic, we're coming out of it hopefully, but we're still in it. Why haven't the teams got their reserve drivers here, kitted and booted, ready to go at all times? I don't get it, because Nico Hülkenberg and that team have had to use that we called before, so they of all people should have him on standby. I see Mercedes got Nick de Vries here. I saw McLaren are sharing Oscar Piastri with Alpine, and there's all this, but these drivers should be here with their kit ready to go. I mean, it's a fundamental problem that could happen, couldn't it, that a driver gets COVID? We've seen it twice this week.
I think he was coming anyway, but not as the reserve driver who's not going to be racing.
He
was going to do some marketing stuff for the weekend, so I'm led to believe. But I think Karun, you make an excellent point, and the drivers have been talking about this, is the need to be vigilant, Damon. Restrictions might be relaxing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've let it slip a bit, haven't we? And people are getting a little bit blasé, and of course the numbers are going up in many places. And I believe that, I think we just have to be mindful that we're not completely in the clear yet.
Correct. Lewis Hamilton was making the point at the press conference before FP1 that we should still be wearing masks and we should be taking more and more precautions. And whilst mask wearing is not obligatory in the paddock at every single round, I think the rules of the country that we're in will be respected. I think that's the way it's going to be for the time being. That's a great new camera angle from the back of a garage. Williams in this instance, we don't often see from that view. Normally we're looking straight from the front end, aren't we?
So I'm sure they won't be revealing too much of their secrets when they take the engine cover off, but let's talk about the Haas here, because this is Mick in the Haas. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? I mean,
honestly,
steady.
I think Haas's decision to abandon last year and work on this year will pay dividends for the team this season, and with Kevin Magnussen back, they'll be scoring points, this Haas team, and Mick Schumacher could score some as well. Either way, he's going to start another lap here. Just talking about Haas, Mick Schumacher and Kevin Magnussen, I think it's a more balanced lineup for the team this year as well. We were discussing this in FP1, that Magnussen's experience, and don't forget he finished on the podium in his first ever Grand Prix. Kevin Magnussen, this is his 120th start this weekend, will enable the team to assess Mick Schumacher and and benchmark him against a more experienced driver. But I also think that that's a car that looks like it could score points for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to show what you're capable of if the car is nowhere near competitive and your teammate isn't someone who's regarded as being a good benchmark. But now we've got Kevin in, and he'll be able to give the team so much feedback as well from experience he's had of them in the past. So he'll talk their language.
And I was talking, Damon, to some of the design guys and engineers back in base here at Banbury, and they were really cautiously optimistic after testing. They've gone down the same philosophical design route as the Ferrari, big side pods. They have a closer design philosophy, it seems, than AlphaTauri do to Red Bull, despite the fact that Red Bull own both of those teams. And the cars look much more similar, don't they? The Haas and the Ferrari. And they do think that they've got the right concept. They think they could be within 7 or 8 tenths of the Ferrari, which will put them firmly at the sharp end of the midfield.
Yes, it will. We might see Gunther Steiner smile just a little bit more this year. 11 minutes to go. Ted Kravitz, come on in. Where's Daniel Ricciardo, Ted?
Unfortunately, he's standing by the side of his car watching the session just like we are. And if you're a driver who has recently missed the last testing session because you tested positive for COVID, what you really want ahead of the Bahrain Grand Prix on Sunday is a representative practice session this evening. And he's not going to get it. In fact, he's not going to come out for the rest of the session because his McLaren has sprung a water leak. So that is it. It's an early bath for Daniel Ricciardo. And I'm just watching the works going on, starting on his car. The floor is going to come off and there is an awful lot to do. So what have they got? Well, they've only got another few minutes, haven't they? So maybe he didn't lose too much time. That is exactly what Danny Ric did not need coming in to this weekend, where he's had to do all of the catch-up work that he possibly could. But bad luck, Danny Ric, and hopefully he can recover from that. Someone else is also in the garage, actually. It's Carlos Sainz. He said on the radio, Crofty, I think we should look at why the balance isn't quite what we need it to be. We've got some issues, so let's stay in the garage. We're not doing something well, was what Sainz said on the radio. So hopefully they fix that. It looks like his engine is just firing up in the back of the Ferrari garage, and here you can hear him behind me. He's just about to go out. So let's see if Carlos Sainz has solved his issues.
Thank you very much, Ted. Sorry, Ted, go on, carry on.
No. Just by the way, Crofty, I must say, while looking at this McLaren garage, I was wondering what was wrong with Ricciardo's car, and I was considering, well, I might Google that. It was in my head because they've just announced. I didn't realise this. I thought it was just their Extreme E team or their esports team, but they have snagged Google as a sponsor. Wowza! That's quite some sponsor, isn't it? So they've got the Chrome logo on their wheel covers, and they've got some advert for Android phones on their engine cover. So as sponsors go, Google ain't bad.
So presumably Google will be accruing all the information and being able to put it into their algorithm and then outcome the right answer every time.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, I think.
Yeah,
there are many collaborations that will be taking place on that one, or on your computer. That F1 button at the top left-hand corner might be a completely different meaning when you hit that now. Or is that just old computers that have the F1 button?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I know how to Google.
Do you? Good lad. Well done, David. What a winter of triumph it's been for you. On that one, I won't ask what websites you've been on. Either way, here's Valtteri Bottas down towards turn 11, riding on board in the Alfa Romeo as we are. And as I mentioned, two-time pole sitter here in Bahrain before for Valtteri Bottas. Also, of course, podium sitter 3 times during his exploits at this track. And Karun, come on in from the UK.
Well, I was just thinking about Bottas, Damon, because he's gone from the best team on the grid to driving one where he's really going to have a chance to win a race, on paper at least. A bit like you did between 96 and 97. I mean, how do you think his motivation's going to be? I'd love to get your thoughts on that, really, because I can see some parallels there.
Yeah, you mean for sort of
having to step back.
From the point of view of being in a front-running team. Well, I did take a championship with me to the less competitive team, which unfortunately for Valtteri he hasn't, but he has got all that information, experience, years of experience with the top team, and he's swapped caps, hasn't he? He's basically gone out of the Mercedes fold into what is sort of the Ferrari fold, and they'll be very keen to hear what he has to say, I'm sure. So that's always. It gives you some kudos, it gives you some voice, and that's very important. You know, when you're in a team and the other guy is always better than you, then what you say doesn't necessarily carry the weight, and it can be demoralising.
Plus, a multi-year contract has given him security, stability. It's what you want in life. It's what Valtteri wants at the moment.
If you want stability, you shouldn't be a racing driver. Can I just say? I mean, as stable careers go,
yeah. Now the stewards have noted this. Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda. Well, it's practice. No one has to get out of the way necessarily, but Yuki and Charles were rather tripping over themselves there.
Yeah, definitely. Charles looks like he's on a quick lap, and Yuki didn't look like he was on a quick lap. And you should be looking in your mirrors really when you're out on the circuit.
I think the thing to say is that Yuki, as a rookie last year, you kind of forgive that from time to time. But now in his second season, there's less forgiveness from the outside if he's not looking in his mirrors. By the way, talking of looking, I love these new onboard camera angles. These are mega.
Doesn't that give you a really good idea of what it's like in their environment, in their world? This is their world as a racing driver. This is it. You know, you can soak up some of those bumps. Actually, your eyeballs do a slightly better job of the camera, but even so, that's all you can see of the line. So your head angle is normally with the overhead camera. We get a false advantage because we're high up. We can see the apexes. And now you're down here. You get some idea of what it's like. You know, to pick the braking point, pick the turning point. Now I'm actually starting to feel like I'm in the cockpit now doing this here. This is for me. This is a return to my day job. You know, I'm starting to get goosebumps watching this.
Oh, I think it's brilliant. I really do. It's a great angle. It's because it's got a bit more depth to it as well as.
But just you can see that when he was trying to see the turning point, you had the brow or the fin that goes over the wheel. That does obscure the vision of where you're trying to pick the apex of the turning point there, the curve. I couldn't see it, so it's completely obscured from this point of view. I don't know if it's actually like that or whether it's just the camera doing that, but you can see the extra amount of material there on the inside of the right front does create a problem in trying to pick that precise point in the curve.
So Lando Norris, we were riding on board with there. And he produced a lap time of 1:39.6. Hamilton did a 1:38.8 for his last lap. Verstappen a 1:37.6. Mick Schumacher a 1:39.8. Yuki Tsunoda a 1:39.7. Kevin Magnussen a 1:38.1 for his last lap, which he was a bit out of step with some of the other lap times we're getting here. Guan Yu Zhou Guan Yu, as we should be using, as that's the correct way to address the first ever Chinese race driver in Formula One. We'll stick with the familiar, which is Zhou, or Zhou Guan Yu, if we want to be a bit more formal about it. 1:39.6 from him. Alex Albon at 1:40s at the moment. Lance Stroll in the mid 1:39s. Charles Leclerc on your screen. The gap to Max Verstappen, 8/100ths of a second. And the stewards are going to investigate Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda. Under investigation, that Turn 8 incident. Ted, down to you.
Now, Crofty, what do you need to do if you haven't driven a Grand Prix for a couple of years and you're Nico Hülkenberg and you suddenly get parachuted back in? You've got to do some practice pit stops, haven't you?
Yes.
And he's absolutely nailing them. I mean, listen, you know I'm a fan of old Hulk, but he was quick into the pit box and he was quick away as well. Nice job from the Aston Martin pit crew as well, just practicing it. So it's all muscle memory, isn't it, Damon? Hey, isn't it, Karun? You could get back in there, flick that clutch out, and you'd be away just as quickly as Hulkenberg. Talk about being quickly. He hasn't done too bad on one lap, has he? What is he, 2/10 off Lance Stroll?
Less than that, 1/10.
Wow, okay, so I love him even more. Great effort from Hulk so far.
And I don't know if you've noticed this, Ted, or not, but a few of the crews have been saying to me, pit stops, because I was asking, is it a bit more cumbersome with these bigger tyres and the wheel brows? So is it a bit more difficult? They went, no, actually the wheel brows aren't really getting in our way, neither with the big cake tins. That's okay. But because these tyres are that much heavier than last year, we haven't been able to practice as much because we get tired and we suffer from fatigue a lot more easily. I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's not as much pit stop practice going on apparently.
I haven't noticed. I've seen quite a lot of pit stop practice, so maybe they're talking about before and after on Thursdays as well. One of the things, here we go, someone else is coming in. Is it Hulk again? No, it's not. It's Lance Stroll coming in for an Aston Martin change. And I've got to say, I mean, they are pretty cumbersome, but they're so precise and so well drilled, these mechanics. I have been super impressed with how little difference there is from these change to these more cumbersome tyres. So they've obviously been working out in the gym, so you wouldn't know that they're finding them more tiring to handle properly.
But that's apparently a little less pit stop practice going on.
Right.
Thanks ever so much. 10 minutes to go. Karun, let's bring you in. Fascinating session, this one for me. And if this pace is genuine, the fact that Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc separated by not much, well, at least gives us that two-way battle right at the front for pole. Although this time it's a Red Bull and a Ferrari, not a Red Bull and a Mercedes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Bottas ahead of Hamilton, Crofty.
We've seen that before here, but they were in the same car, yes.
Listen, really very impressive from Ferrari. I think they've come out the blocks strong. I'm interested to see when we get to qualifying, when it really matters, whether they're in that fight. The engines will all still be in practice mode. They wouldn't have fully been turned up. But my gut tells me we've got Verstappen versus Leclerc here for pole. Sainz, as of today, seems a little bit behind Leclerc. He could dig it out overnight. But at the moment, it looks like Verstappen versus Leclerc for me.
And in terms of Mercedes, George Russell up against Lewis Hamilton, there is at the moment a 0.7% difference between the new boy in the team and the experienced 7-time world champion, which you kind of expect, but not that way round. Russell over Hamilton. Why is George Russell having a better day, I wonder, than Lewis Hamilton out there?
I wrote in my column on the Sky Sports F1 website that Lewis turns it up when we get to Q2. He keeps a few tenths in his back pocket, and he'll go through the program, he'll go through the problems. When we get to Q2 or Q3, all of a sudden, bang, he unleashes another 3, 4, 5 tenths. And that's something that Bottas often struggled with. We'd so often see Bottas ahead on a Friday, on a low grip day. And then we got to qualifying and suddenly Lewis would be there. And more importantly, in the races, Lewis has got a sort of Alain Prost-esque approach, I think, since 2018, where we get to lap 35 of the race and he's just relentlessly banging out the lap times and managing the tyres. So, listen, I wouldn't discount Lewis. Well, I wouldn't even dream of discounting Lewis on any day, frankly.
No, not at all. Freddie Vasseur watching on from the pit wall. Valtteri Bottas, 6th fastest overall. Zhou Guanyu, 15th fastest overall. And I think Alfa Romeo will be very happy to just be a second off the pace of Max Verstappen. Haas will be pleasantly surprised too to have Mick Schumacher 8th fastest, Kevin Magnussen 10th fastest. New rules, new regulations, and things have just been mixed up a little bit. Disappointing session once again for McLaren and Daniel Ricciardo. Water leak cutting short his time on the track, only 18th fastest, and Lando Norris 11th fastest. I did catch up with Andreas Seidel before this session, and he said that, look, the fixes that they've made to the brake duct issues that they were having in testing have worked to a certain extent. Now they've got to try and extract some performance from the McLaren car. And that might be the tricky bit, because it's something they haven't necessarily been working on or been able to work on during testing. We're going to get some practice starts on the grid here.
I'll tell you what I've just spotted.
Karun, is that a systems check once again from the FIA? Because we've got 5 lights on ahead of the drivers. Not quite sure. I wasn't expecting to see some practice starts on the grid. Karun.
They did it at the end of FP1 as well, actually, so I think maybe it is something a bit different this year. I know they normally don't here in Bahrain because they get practice at the end of the pit lane. I'll tell you what I did just notice is we've got 5 of the Ferrari power unit cars in the top 10. So I wonder if that suggests that they've turned the engines up a little bit more, or maybe they've just made a much bigger step than we've expected, as other teams, I mentioned commentary earlier, other teams really reckon Ferrari made a step, and 5 in the top 10, that is very strong, isn't it?
Yeah, someone from another team said to me earlier, Snail, Ferrari's engines seem to be be good. I said, well, they actually took a great step forward at the back end of last year. They went, yeah, but that was with the energy store, but the engine looks pretty good.